So this happened about 2 years ago. The story is one of many weird and downright terrifying experiences that I've ever had. I'm thankful because it could have ended much worse. I was driving my aunt's truck due to my own car being in the shop. I work from home, but I often run errands while on lunch. She was gracious enough to allow me to use her truck while my own car was down. This particular day, I had a few places to go to, so I was already rushing and somewhat impatient, due to my first stop taking a lot longer than expected. I pulled into a KFC to grab something quick, like one of those mini sandwiches or a snack wrap. I pull into the parking lot intending to go through the drive-thru. There's a car stopped a little before the speaker. There were no cars in front of them, and they weren't even pulled all the way up for the staff to pick up that someone was in the drive-thru. So I'm sitting there waiting on them to at least realize it's now a vehicle behind them and to go ahead and pull up and place an order, or pull to the side until they can get it together. Nope. We sat there for a minute or so before I tapped the horn to get their attention. To my surprise, this woman rolls down the window and starts screaming and cursing me out. It was a guy in the passenger seat not even trying to calm her down. I really don't like confrontation, but I developed quite a bit of anger from years of being too passive. So yeah, I cursed her back out. Not a proud moment, but hey, what the hell? It happens. At this point, I'm just over it. I pull off. I'm already on the verge of being late back to work. Well, this woman follows me out and attempts to pull alongside of me. When you pull out of the drive-thru, it turns immediately into the neighborhood with a traffic light just as you turn out. For some odd reason, an 18-wheeler was turning, which basically gave the woman no choice but to back up. They aren't supposed to drive through the neighborhoods like that, but it was my saving grace. You'll see why next. The light changes, and I turn with the car still chasing me, almost hitting the truck. I then hear 2 loud pops. I'm in complete shock as I now realize they're literally shooting at me. I'm now ducking bullets and making fast turns while trying not to hit anything. I then call 911 while this is happening. They basically advised me to go back to the KFC parking lot and wait for the police, as they couldn't do anything while I was driving. I called the operator useless and then hung up. Yes, they called back, but I didn't answer. Meanwhile, these people are still shooting at me. I made it to the interstate, which isn't that far away from the neighborhood. They didn't follow me into the interstate. I got off the next exit and I pulled into the gas station to collect my nerves. Then I remembered. I was supposed to be taking my aunt her truck on lunch, as she had something to do later that afternoon. I head to her place thinking about how I managed to remain calm after all this happened. I arrive at her place and get out of the car. Wow, there it was, a bullet hole through the rear driver's side out of the rear passenger. I mean, I didn't plan on telling her about this incident before, but I didn't have a choice now. Now, she's not really the type of person to be angry, and I knew she would be genuinely glad that I was safe. But at the same time, nobody wants to ride around with bullet holes in their ride, especially an older woman. I don't have to tell you that I felt awful. It's one thing if this happened in my car, but hers, this was bad. I go into the house still visibly shaken. My cousin asks what's wrong with me, and I start telling him about what just happened. My aunt overhears, and she rushes over to me, thanking God that I'm okay. We walk outside to look at the truck. She didn't say it, but I could see the clear disappointment in her eyes. Hell, I couldn't believe what just happened myself. How can someone just fly off the handle like that over tapping the horn at them? I told her the whole thing, and I offered to get it fixed. We called the police from her house. They came out and did the report, and that was that. A detective called a few weeks later saying there were cameras by the KFC and at the traffic light, and they would be following up. Well, it's been a couple of years, and there was never any follow-up. I didn't really expect anything further, honestly. This incident has made me more patient with people on the road and in general. You never know what people are going through and just what little thing can set them off. I'm also very thankful for the truck driving through that neighborhood. If the woman had pulled alongside of me, it would have had a direct aim at me. I now know the reason God says to be slow to anger. Be safe, everyone. This is going to be short, but it was very creepy and weird, and I have no explanation or reasoning behind it. This happened on a Sunday night around 8:30 p.m., and my husband and I and our son were driving home from a grocery trip along a very busy and popular road in Illinois. It was very dark, and this road has very little lighting, and it was hot, so we had our windows down. As we were driving, I had seen something on the side of the road, and as we got closer, my husband and I realized that it was a person just standing on the side of this road in complete darkness, not moving, nothing, just staring in the darkness like they were in a trance or something. This person was so close to the side of the road that if they had moved just a little bit, they would have touched me, as I had my arm right outside of the window, or they would have touched our car. That's how close they were. I looked at my husband and we both just said just how weird and creepy it was. The most creepy part was that this person was completely emotionless and not moving. Something just wasn't right about them. My husband said that it looked like it was a woman wearing a dress with an apron on. That's pretty much it, and it might not seem that scary to anyone else, but it really creeped all of us out for the whole rest of the night. I'm a 35-year-old female, but this incident happened in 2006 when I was a freshman in college. At the time, school wasn't really a priority of mine. I cared more about making money so I could have fun. So I began working at a popular local bar by the university as a waitress. During my time there, I met a guy. I'll call him Z for privacy for his family, and we started to date. He lived in the next small town over, about a 30 to 45 minute drive from the university. Here's a little background on the guy. He had a lengthy criminal history, with the majority of his convictions being related to fighting. He was very well known in a small town, and the very mentioning of his name would heed warnings from many. However, he was never violent or laid a hand on me during the entirety of our time together. So because of his criminal history, he couldn't drive, and he relied on others to pick him up, or I would have to drive out to his home. One of the evenings that I was working, Z and a few of his friends had decided to come to the bar and spent the evening there. Once it was time to close, the bouncer had asked everyone to go ahead and head out, including them, as they had been allowed to stay past closing in the past, but they were a little too much to handle that night. We still had our closing duties that we needed to perform before we could leave anyways, and the guys were going to stop and get food before they got back to Z's. It was close to about 2:45 before we all left to head our separate ways. Obviously at that time in the morning there weren't many vehicles on the road, so once I had pulled out of the parking lot and turned left, it was a very short distance before I reached one of the few stoplights in the tiny college town. I was waiting in one of the two turning lanes to turn left that would take me on the small highway to the next town over, when another vehicle had gotten in the other lane that would have had him turning left at the light as well. Now, I subconsciously look over, not thinking much about the dude in the maroon-colored car right next to me. Well, I'm really glad I did. About 25 to 30 minutes into the drive on this tiny highway, I had the decision to either A, take a right to Z's house that would lead me through a lot of small winded back roads, or B, keep going straight for another 10 minutes that would lead me through the center of this tiny town to get to the same destination, all the while this same car that was at the red light after I left work was still keeping a good distance behind me that I could tell in my rearview mirror. I decided to take the back roads option. That was one of the dumbest decisions I could have ever made. Within 5 minutes of driving on this back road, I now see headlights coming up speeding behind me. Mind you, it's like 3:30 in the morning. You're on a tiny back road that's barely big enough for 2 vehicles to be side by side to each, and it's the county where a deer could jump out in front of your car basically anytime you drive anywhere. My first thought was, where the hell did this car even come from? I knew we were approaching a 4-way stop, secretly hoping this dude is just in a rush to get home and won't be continuing on the same road that I was on, when all of a sudden, the vehicle whips around mine right before getting to the 4-way stop. He proceeds to cut right in front of my vehicle, his being at a 45-degree angle as to trap my vehicle in from being able to easily pull around his at the 4-way stop and put it in park. I noticed the same maroon car and guy that was at the same red light as me. Side note, my father's a police officer, and I also inherited his attitude, not in a good way. And at the time, I weighed around 110 pounds, so not very intimidating at all. At this point, I wasn't very scared, but more so confused as to what the hell was going on. The driver of the vehicle then exits his car and then approaches my driver's side window, which is cracked halfway because I was smoking a cigarette at the time, and he then says to me, "Let me see your license. I'm a cop." With my response back being, no you're not," without even thinking about the repercussions. Well, that turned out great. The guy then proceeded to actually punch me in the face through the partially open window. He then opened my driver's side door where he punched me in the face yet again. He pulled me out of my own vehicle and pushed me to then start walking on the road towards the direction where we had originally came from, then telling me, "Start walking. If you look back at me, I'll rape you." I start walking in complete shock at this point that he was actually going to try and take my vehicle. It was a shitty Mazda 626. I don't look back though until I hear a car door close and a vehicle start to drive off very quickly. Good news, he didn't take my shitty vehicle. Bad news, he stole my entire purse, my wallet with over $300 in cash, my knife, and my cell phone. Once he drove off, I ran back to my vehicle and then floored it to Z's, not giving a shit if a deer jumped out in front of me or not. Upon arriving to Z's, no one is home. I'm in a complete panic at this point because I need to call the police and report this incident. And I don't have a phone, and Z's not home, and he doesn't have a landline. Thankfully, however, within a few minutes, they arrived to me in complete hysterics, and I started yelling to Z to give me his phone and tried to explain to him what had just happened and that I needed to call the cops. Well, like I said about Z's past and the lovely relationship that he has with law enforcement, one of the questions by dispatch that distinctly stands out was, "Did Z hit you?" I of course told her no, and then she said she would dispatch someone to Z's property. Within 5 minutes, 6 police vehicles were outside his home. I started to tell the officers what happened. I honestly think they originally thought I was lying about everything that happened just to cover up an incident with Z, until they realized I needed to go to the police station to get pictures of my injuries and file a formal report to file charges against the guy. I was able to convince Z to go with me, as I needed him there with me for support, even though I knew it had to be uncomfortable for him to be there under different circumstances. The next morning, we were woken up by a knock on the door. It was 2 detectives with the town's police department, and they already had a lineup that they wanted me to look at, based off the guy's description as well as his vehicle that I'd given earlier that morning. Pretty damn fast, right? Well, upon reviewing the lineup, there was one that looked very, very similar, but the guy in the lineup weighed maybe 100 pounds heavier. The detectives told me to circle the one I was referring to and to make any notes to the side of the circled picture. Within a few days, I get a call from the department that some of my items had actually been recovered and that I could come and pick it up at the station. Of course, the cash was all gone as well as my cell phone, but everything else was recovered. Within a very short period, they had made an arrest. The guy, when ditching my purse out his car window, had also thrown a piece of his mail that had his current address on it. He was apparently hooked on an illegal narcotic, hence the weight loss from his mugshot in the lineup I was shown earlier. And he also needed cash, so he decided to rob someone. I'm not sure if he was waiting in the parking lot after we all left work and just decided to follow a random waitress home or what. I got nothing. I also don't remember how long he was originally sentenced to, but I remember my mom having to mail me the letter from the court, as I was active duty Air Force and stationed in Illinois as a medic at the time this letter arrived. It was so I could provide a statement to mail back to the court since I couldn't attend in person. I'm no longer on active duty status. However, I am the founder and director of a nonprofit kitten rescue, where I'm able to utilize some medical training. This incident for almost 20 years now has me constantly checking my rearview mirror. It makes me anxious if I feel someone's been behind me for way too long, as if they've been following me too. I know most vehicles now have automatic locks once you begin driving, but for those that don't have this feature, please lock your car doors and always be aware of your surroundings. It really is so important. This happened recently, and I'm still a bit shaken up. I was chilling in my bedroom when a friend of mine texted me asking me if I can pick him up and take him to his apartment because a guy he knows owes him some money. Let's call my friend Ash. I said that I can, and when I get to Ash's house, I told him I was outside. He said okay and that he had someone with him, and he asked if they could come too. Before I can reply though, he comes outside with this girl right behind him. I was a bit annoyed when he left out the part that he had someone with him, since I don't like letting strangers in my car. Now, I'm a short guy, like 5'4", and Ash and this girl are around 5'10". I dropped him off at the apartment, and he asked if I can wait with this girl that he brought into my car. We waited outside for about 45 minutes, and I just kept texting him, asking him if he could hurry it up, since I was really uncomfortable with this girl who keeps looking at me through my rearview mirror. She smoked a cigarette in my car without even asking me, and I really hate the smell of cigarettes, as I don't smoke or drink myself. He came back to the car, and I was really pissed because he didn't have the money like he said he needed, but he had meth. Like I said, I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs, so I just wanted this whole journey to be over with. He then asked me if I can drop this girl off at her house, and I said yeah. About 5 minutes from this girl's house, my friend and this girl started arguing. I guess that they had sex before I picked them up, and he hasn't paid her for the sex. Yeah, I guess she was a fucking prostitute. He then starts saying that he can cash app her the money. When I pulled up to her house, they were still arguing, and it was about to get physical. The girl then grabbed her phone charger cord and then proceeded to strangle Ash with it. Ash was in the passenger seat up front with me, and this girl was in the back, so she was putting a lot of force into it. Ash managed to set himself free, and he then punched the girl in the face. She gets out of the car and tries to open the car door to drag him out, but I drove away before she could do anything else. She also left her purse in my car, so I kinda pulled a dick move as I was really pissed off. I grabbed all of her cash in her card, and I threw her purse out of my window while driving. I then took a picture of her cards and then tossed those out the window too. While driving Ash home, I was yelling about how he brought this dumbass stranger in my car and lying about getting money when he really went to go get drugs. He kept apologizing, and I just stayed quiet during the whole ride to his house. I then dropped him off and went home. A couple of hours later, Ash had sent me a Snapchat video that this girl took a few hours ago. It was a video of me and Ash in my car talking, with the caption that said, "Life is not a game, always have a plan B," which tells me that this girl had far more sinister intentions with us. So yeah, that's my story. I don't think I'm gonna be driving Ash anywhere else. It's just not worth it. I'm a 23-year-old female from the UK. When I was 18, I lived very close to a Starbucks coffee shop. It was only about 15 minutes away on foot. During this time, I had pretty bad anxiety issues due to trauma, and part of my therapy treatment was to go out for walks on my own when it was a little dark outside. I wouldn't put myself in dangerous situations or do anything stupid, but I had to get over my irrational fear of being alone outside at night. It's important to note that the story takes place when it was about 9 p.m. in the late summer months. I can't really remember if it was July or August, but it was right around that time. I guess around the time it is now. It didn't get dark until about 10:30 to 11 p.m. Anyway, the Starbucks closed at 8 p.m., and right behind it where the car park was, there was a small hotel and a gas station next to it. There was also a gas station across the street which sort of rivaled the other one. This is relevant to the story. I don't want to name the hotel or gas stations for privacy reasons, just in case someone could sleuth and figure out where this took place. I was out for a walk, and I wanted to challenge myself to stay out until at least 9:30 p.m., then I'd walk home. I don't have a lot of mobile data on my phone, but the Starbucks provided free Wi-Fi even when closed. So I ended up in one of the seating areas outside so that I could scroll through social media on my phone, and it made me feel calmer since I felt apprehensive about being out at night on my own. I sat there for a while, just minding my own business. Now, the car park was deserted. The gas station was close by and obviously had cars pulling in and out, but the customers over there couldn't see me because of the layout of everything around me. I was on my phone when suddenly I heard a loud shouting coming from the hotel. I looked up, and it was like my brain couldn't comprehend what was happening, because I sat there frozen as I watched two older men hanging out their window shouting at me. It took me a second to understand what the hell was happening, and I was horrified. They were screaming at me, trying to get my attention, saying things like,
"Hey, why don't you come over here, baby?"
Like I said, I have major anxiety issues about being out at night, especially on my own, and I was really trying to resolve those issues. I was so scared that I immediately grabbed my rucksack and got up, not even tucking the chair back into the table that I'd sat at, and I started speed walking out of the car park towards the gas station. One of the men disappeared, and the other screamed at me,
"Hey, you fucking bitch! You need to come up to our room!"
After hearing this, my heart was pounding. I immediately called a family member, and I was almost crying from fear. I was only 18 years old. Yes, I was considered an adult in my country, but I still felt like a dumb teenager in a lot of ways. As a female, being accosted by these men who were insulting me and then demanding I come up to their room, well, I just knew they clearly had very bad intentions. I didn't go into the gas station because I felt unsafe, and I decided to cross the street to the other side and then go into the station over there instead. This is because my mom actually worked there, and I felt much safer going to her, where I knew she and her colleagues could protect me. The relative I was on the phone with told me to call the police, but I was way too afraid to hang up the phone, and I begged her to stay on the line with me. She agreed and tried to calm me down, telling me to go across the street. When I was crossing, I looked behind me, and the men were now fucking following me. I couldn't believe what was happening. They looked to be in their late 20s, early 30s, and I definitely looked my age, if not younger. I took off running, not even caring if I got hit by a car, because I just knew I had to get the fuck away from them. I didn't dare look behind me, just in case they were running after me. I flew into the gas station and immediately ran to the cash register, and I then told my mom what was happening. One of the people working with her that night was a man who I'll call Jason. Jason was really stocky and tall, built like a tank, as it's commonly called in my country. My mom ushered me into the bathroom and told me to stay there and lock the door. Jason heard everything, and he ran out the door and into the forecourt to find the men. I was crying in relief now because I finally felt safe. My mom and a lady she worked with had tried to comfort me. Jason came back in after a few minutes, and he said the men had ran away as soon as they saw him coming. I really don't know what those men intended to do. Following me into a place people would see them seems really stupid on their part, but I know they had very bad intentions. Jason walked my mom and I home, and we never saw the men again. I assumed they just went back to the hotel. After that experience, I didn't want it to be a setback, so a week later, I walked back to that Starbucks at 9 p.m. and stood looking at the hotel. I knew that the men would have likely moved on by that point, and I needed to do that to prove to myself that I would be okay. I've dealt with my anxiety issues now, and I'm glad this experience didn't make it worse for me. It was really terrifying at the time, and I still think about it sometimes. I just know they had something horrific planned for me. I wonder just how long they watched me sitting on my phone. I'm now always aware of my surroundings, and I never get so immersed in anything that I lose sight of those around me. For all I know, they could have watched me the whole time. They could have snuck up on me, grabbed me, and done God knows what. I was really lucky they were dumbasses and decided to scream at me instead. Please stay safe, everyone, and don't make the same mistake I did. Always be aware of your surroundings, and if you find yourself in a scary situation, don't panic. Go to somewhere safe and call the police. You never know where the predators are lurking. For context, I'm a 17-year-old female. A lot of adults assume I'm in my 20s due to me being more independent than most around my age. Plus, I have a pretty noticeable tattoo on my right arm. I was wanting to get a second job for summer break due to me being in debt to my dad. He replaced the transmission in my car, and I wanted to pay him back pretty quickly because I knew that he was running low on money. The first story is not super important to the main story, but it was one of the reasons why I quit, so I'm including it. I submitted a job application to pump gas at a gas station that a family member of mine owned. I got the job, and I came in for training twice. The first day went by great, nothing out of the ordinary. Second training day rolls by, and it's near the end of my day, and a car full of young teenage boys pulled up to one of the pumps. I walked over and I asked how much they wanted, while I took the card out of this boy's hand. Mind you, his car was packed with what I'm assuming were 15 to 17-year-old boys, and the passenger of the car was then telling me things like,
"Damn, girl, your ass is so fat. Look at those thighs."
I then got the pump going, and I handed the card back to the driver. I leaned into the driver's window a bit, and then said nicely, "You better watch out. My boyfriend's sitting right there," while pointing to him. My boyfriend started walking over to me due to me pointing at him, and the passenger then goes,
"Man, you're so lucky."
Mind you, my boyfriend isn't very tall. He stands at 5'8", but he's built enough to look threatening. He looked at me, and the boys confused. I said to the whole group of boys, "Well, if my ass is so fat, can I get a tip?" They ended up giving me a slice of Little Caesars pizza. I didn't really want any, but I thought it would be funny to take a slice. I then told my coworker, I just hustled some dumbass boys out of a piece of pizza. I didn't eat the pizza, and I ended up giving the slice to a buddy of mine who had stopped by. I explained to my boyfriend and buddy who showed up right after they left what happened. We all just laughed it off, and it really wasn't that scary to me. I ended up going to bed that night replaying that whole incident in my head. I was honestly confused on why they even did that in the first place. Was it a dare? Did they just want to mess with me just because? Or was that boy really trying to flirt with me? I had no idea, and I still think about it every now and then, but that was only the tip of the iceberg. It was my very first day running the whole gas station by myself. I started in the mornings on weekends, so I wasn't really expecting anything major or weird to happen like the day before. The day was going well. One guy got a bit upset that he didn't have any gas rewards left, but that was to be expected. I'm gonna say it was about 11 in the afternoon. I was 4 hours away from being done with my first day at the station. I was sitting in my little hut when an 80s white van then pulled up. I walked up to the window, and an old man who was probably in his 70s shakily handed me his debit card. This man definitely looked like he was on some sort of list, if you get what I'm saying. I asked him how much he wanted. He mumbled, and I asked him again, and this time he mumbled again. $20. I saw something smoking, kind of like a cigarette inside or something. I just assumed the guy was stoned and that was why he was acting a bit strange. I ran his card, but the pump didn't like the card, so I ended up just approving the pump, forgetting to run his card inside like an idiot. I literally gave this guy free gas without even noticing it. After it was done, I was about to ask if he wanted a receipt, but he mumbled again, so I got closer to the van. I noticed the cigarette in his hand, which made me concerned. He then goes, "So what time do you get off?" Red flag. Alarm bells are totally going off inside my head. I thought quick on my feet. Oh, I get off at 4. When in reality, I got off at 3. He leans in towards me a bit and then says, "I'll be back for you." Then he drove off. That's what freaked me out. I went inside my hut and I called my boyfriend immediately and I told him to come down when he could. At the time of this, he was helping a family member of mine build their house. So about an hour passes and I then see a cop pull up to a pump. This gas station is only about 3 blocks away from the police station, so officers would often come here to fill up. It was a female sheriff. I contemplated if I should even mention it to her. I then sprung out of my seat and knocked on her window. I explained what happened and she told me she would send an officer right at 3, just in case he came by again. I'm now an hour away from my shift being over and I'm praying to God that I don't see that man again. My boyfriend pulls up and stands close to me while I'm running to different cars. This time, however, a red van pulls in. I'm going to just assume it was an early 2000s Dodge van. My heart sank when I then saw that it was the same man as before. I just acted like nothing happened, and I asked him how much gas he wanted. At this time, I realized that I'd gave him free gas earlier, and I made sure to run his card multiple times at the pump. It wasn't working, so I told him I was going to have to run it inside. It still didn't go through though. Yeah, this guy definitely didn't have any money on his card. I told him that his card was declined, and I ran to the next car that pulled up before he could say anything. I notified my boyfriend that it was the same man. The man just sat there for a minute, then decided to drive to the other side of the station and park. A lifted Dodge Cummins pulled up, and me and my boyfriend were talking to him about the creepy-ass guy. I also called my boss and explained the situation to her as well, and she came down to the station. Honestly, I really feel like I shouldn't have called her. She didn't really help my situation at all. My shift was pretty much over at this point, and my other female coworker was pulling into the lot. She parked right next to him. My boss ran over to tell her to move her car ASAP. She then told the creepy man that he can't park there, due to having large trucks come through all the time. Seriously? You couldn't have just told him if he didn't leave she would call the police? Anyways, the creepy guy tried to explain how he was waiting for my female coworker to come. He did end up leaving, and my boss then told me what she said. I was trying really hard not to cry when a police officer showed up, which really made me regret calling my boss because the man would have had to come face to face with what he did. I talked to my coworker, and my coworker would tell me then he would act weird towards her, but he never tried to follow her home or anything like that. But when I got home, I couldn't stop crying. I was so scared that I was going to see that same man yet again due to me working the next day. I texted my boss last minute, and I told her I couldn't come in because of how scared I was. I ended up coming by the following weekend, telling her I wanted to quit. She assumed that I had quit over text and was already training someone new for my position. It was actually one of my friends, which honestly worked out perfectly because he was perfect for the job. He's a big guy, and he doesn't take shit from anyone. So I knew that they picked someone good to replace me. I gave my boss the keys for the office/hut and my uniform. Whenever I thought about this, I would often get mad at myself for not being more aggressive towards that man. Instead, I just froze up. I was also mad due to my boyfriend not even getting mad at the man. But my boyfriend wouldn't hurt a fly. He wouldn't have interfered unless he really had to. I'm really glad he was there and came in just in time that the man came back. All of this happened about a month ago. I don't get mad or upset at myself or my boyfriend about what happened anymore, but I literally got sexually harassed 2 of the 3 days that I was there. One even being one of my training days. If you're a female, I really don't recommend working at a gas station unless you're around others. To the man that tried to follow me home or do God knows what to me, fuck you. God only knows what I'll do if I ever see that same man again. Be safe out there, everyone. Listening to these stories has really helped me identify those red flags. If this had happened 2 years ago, I never would have noticed. This happened to me when I was 19. For some context, I'm a guy. I was working at my overnight job at a 24-hour gas station, and it was about 1 in the morning, and I was just sitting at the register minding my own business when this guy walks in. He approached the counter, and he had asked for a guy that he knows. Keep in mind, I know that guy as well. I know the guy that came up to the counter is a former classmate that I graduated with, and I told him the guy he was asking for wasn't there. He said that I was lying. Then he took out a gun and pointed it right at me. He then told me to tell him where he's at, or he's opening fire. I once again told him that he wasn't here. Then he actually came behind the counter and put the gun right up to my head, then saying,
"All right, this is the last chance, motherfucker. Tell me where he is, or you die."
Also, keep in mind that the guy who had the gun to my head was someone from school that everyone couldn't stand. I was just frozen. I didn't know what to do. I told him for the 3rd time that he wasn't here and that I don't know where the hell he's at. My heart was racing to what felt like 1,000,000 miles a second. Then thankfully, a cop walked inside the gas station surprisingly, and then screamed at the guy to drop the gun and step away with his hands up. The guy was arrested. After this happened, I immediately ran to the bathroom to take the biggest shit I probably ever have in my life. I was actually so scared I literally ended up shitting out my guts. I know that's not the point, but I felt such relief after it was all over. After I finished up in the bathroom, I went to the counter and I thanked the officer for taking care of that guy. My boss saw how scared I was, and they said I could leave for the night if I wanted to for my safety. So that's what I did. I clocked out, and I then went home safe and sound. I quit that job the very next day. I told the guy from school about our classmate with the gun and what happened. He was really glad that I didn't tell him where he was, because apparently they had some really bad blood. Needless to say, I'm never working overnights again. I'm a mid-20s female, and I went to the local grocery store tonight around 5 p.m. It's now winter, and it's getting really dark by about 5 p.m. where I live. I was in an aisle taking my time deciding between the options, when this late 20s and early 30s looking guy with light features, glasses, and a scuffy beard comes up right next to me, and he just stands there. I didn't think much of it or even look at him at first because I figured whatever, he's just looking too. But then after a few seconds, I noticed that he wasn't moving or really doing anything, just standing there. So I looked at him and he was already staring right at me. For a second, I thought he might say something to me. So I stood there for a second just looking back at him. He didn't say anything. So I just turned and fast walked away. At this point, I'm thinking, okay, that was weird, but whatever. Probably just an awkward guy who doesn't know how to talk to women. Then, Not 30 seconds later, I'm in another aisle and I see him out of the corner of my eye coming down the aisle I'm in, again staring right at me. So again, I walked away as fast as I could and just went right to the self-checkout. While I was at self-checkout, I'm looking over my shoulders the whole time, making sure that he isn't behind me anymore. And he's not. I start walking out of the store, relieved that once again I was just being paranoid and that I wasn't ever in any real danger. As I'm walking out, I decide to look behind me one more time, and there he is, right fucking behind me. I notice that he has nothing in his hands, no groceries, and he's heading right towards the door right on my heels. Without even thinking, I just stop dead in my tracks. I look at him again, and he's looking at me. Then he puts his head down looking at his phone and walks past me out the door. He bought nothing. I'm so scared at this point, my head is spinning. I didn't know what to do. I can see my car because I park close to the exit, thank goodness. So I call my fiance and sprint to my car as fast as I can. I jump in, lock the doors, and start looking around for this guy. Then I see him. He's aimlessly walking around the parking lot through the cars. He's pretty far away from me at this point, and I have my fiance on the phone, so I'm feeling somewhat safe again. I watched him walk around for another few seconds before I got the hell out of there. I have no idea what this guy was doing or what even his motive could have been. Maybe he was just a weird dude who doesn't know how to talk to girls. Or maybe he was a predator with dangerous intentions. Or maybe he thought I looked like really easy prey for a robbery. The thing I really can't wrap my head around is the fact that each time I noticed him, he was already staring at me. He wasn't discreet at all, and I would think a dangerous predator might be a little more inconspicuous. He also didn't buy anything from the grocery store, which I also just can't understand. I was in the store 5 minutes before I noticed him, so I'm sure he didn't follow me in the store. Am I being paranoid? There's a lot that didn't feel right, so I'm having a really hard time trying to rationalize this experience. In any case, definitely a creepy encounter for sure. I'm a teenage female, and I work at a small independent grocery store in my town. Most of the people that come in are fine besides a few creepy old men. There was this one guy who I'll call B that would come in that was supposedly a pedo. It is unknown whether or not this is true, but this was confirmed to me when he would come in multiple times every Sunday when it's just myself, my female friend, and 3 boys, 2 of them which are underage. One was 14 and the other was 17. B had took a liking to the 14-year-old boy. He would start out by just talking to him for long periods of time, to the point where I would have to walk over and make sure nothing happens. One day, B walked in as usual and was talking to the boy and was being extra creepy. I don't remember exactly what happened, but once we left, we were laughing at him because of just how creepy he was. I should also mention that we tried to ban him from the store, but the owner didn't want to do that because he hasn't done anything wrong. He ended up coming back an hour later with a $2 bill that had his name, phone number, and it said no women and no girls and said guys only on the front. He told one of my coworkers to give it to the boy or something like that. He obviously didn't give it to him, and he showed it to all of us. Once B was done with the shopping, he was at the 14-year-old's register yet again, and we were all just staring at him. He asked what we were staring at, and my female friend went off on him telling him that he gave a 14-year-old his phone number and how that's really damn creepy, and she called him a pedo. He then actually started screaming at her that, "You know, females have no rights!" and then stormed out. My friend that had confronted him called her dad, who was a cop, and had asked him what to do. He then informed the dispatcher because our manager didn't want to call the police. We were all terrified of him because B has a prior conviction of stabbing someone, so I was honestly scared that he was going to come back and stab all of us. One of our managers that actually cares about us finally decided to permanently ban him from the store. He lives in my town, so I do still see him every once in a while. So a few weeks ago, my other friend's brother had sent a video of him and his friends messing with B, and as well as him being a pedo, he's also insanely racist. There was actually a video of him saying that black CP was child pornography, but instead of saying child pornography, he said the N-word with the hard R, that it was that kind of porn. So yeah, if B ever tries to do something like that again, it's on sight. When I was 17, I used to work at a popular Indiana grocery store called Strack and Van Til. When I applied, I actually requested for them to give me the evening and afternoon shifts, which means I would get off pretty late. This particular shift, I remember getting off at 10 p.m., and since my job was so close to home, I would usually just walk the 15 minutes to my house. Mistake number 1. Mistake number 2 was that I would always blast my music on my headphones. I remember specifically listening to Tyler the Creator's Wilshire, as he had recently came out with his most recent album, and I loved that song. As I'm walking past a dark street, I was then pulled into it by my neck, and then a gun was held up to my stomach, and I was ordered to get on the ground and don't say anything, as the assailants then start searching my pockets. Before I went to the ground, I noticed there was another assailant standing a little ways down the street being lookout. My jewelry, Apple Watch, and wallet was all stolen. Ironically enough, I had cash in my wallet because I had planned on getting piercings with my friends the following day, and the assailant actually mocked me for only having $60 in my wallet, even though he was the one robbing me. After they were done, they told me to just stay on the ground until I heard them leave. I did just that. Once I got up, a literal fucking police car drove past me with his window down, totally oblivious to what just happened. So I then yelled at him, and he pulled into the street I was in and asked me what was up. I told him how I was just robbed at gunpoint just a few minutes ago, then explained the whole situation. The idiot actually asked me if I was sure that it was a gun, and once I confirmed, I got in the back seat, and he drove me the remaining literal 2 blocks it took for me to get home. I arrived home, and they asked me if I wanted to scan my phone for prints at the station, and I agreed. Once the scan came back negative for any prints other than mine, they took my statement, opened a case, and it was quickly closed. I don't think they really cared too much, if I'm being honest. Fortunately, one of the scariest moments of my life taught me to be more vigilant and much more aware of my surroundings. Thank you all for listening to my story, and stay safe out there. It was dinner time when my stomach grumbled, and I realized I hadn't eaten all day. I went through the fridge avoiding moldy foods and outdated milk. I generally check the expiry dates once a week, but my family and I had just gotten back from a vacation. Unfortunately, whatever was in there had either expired or been molded by the time we had returned. I ordered pizza for my children, but I avoided eating it myself since we had been eating pizza for most of our vacation. But you know how children love their pizza. Anyway, I gave the teenager the "don't open the door for anyone and don't go outside until I'm back" speech, and then headed to my local grocery store. A 5-minute drive to the supermarket meant that I could be out there and back just in time for my toddler to wake up from his nap. The parking lot was mostly deserted when I arrived, except for a lady who was standing in it. Everyone in their right mind was sitting indoors beneath the air conditioning, escaping that brutal heat of this scorching Louisiana summer. I stepped inside of the store, thanking God for the sudden breeze that slapped me in the face when the door slid open. I grabbed a basket since I knew that going to the supermarket to buy one thing would result in me leaving with a full basket. As usual, the registers were empty. A few cashiers huddled around one register, smiling and giggling while glancing at their phones. I explored the supermarket aisles a few times before choosing to make a seafood fettuccine. I spotted 2 men staring at me as I had bent down to pick up a box of fettuccine noodles that had slipped from my fingers. I can't provide any details since I didn't have my glasses on, and they were quite blurry at the time. I moved to the next aisle while singing and giddy with anticipation for my meal. I reached for the Alfredo sauce, but at 5'1", I couldn't reach the top shelf. Just as I had turned around, hoping to find a worker to ask for assistance, I collided with one of the men. You may be wondering how I can be so sure that it was them. Well, they had a strong odor of sweat and musk, which made them difficult to miss. My nose had already picked up on the scent from a previous aisle. The man was so close I could feel his hot, stinking breath on my forehead. "Hey, I can help you with that," he spoke with a Spanish accent. I dove under the arm he'd lifted to fetch the Alfredo sauce, and I detected a strong odor of onion and a general lack of cleanliness emanating from under his armpits. I flashed a nice southern smile, as my mama had always taught me, despite my disdain and annoyance. I was really annoyed that I just couldn't go into a grocery store and pick up dinner without having the feeling of being stalked or followed. I've been in similar situations before, so I was familiar with their kind. My eyes adjusted to the new distance, and I was finally able to make out his features. He was Hispanic, and he looked to be in his mid-30s. He had a decent enough face, but the scar on his right cheek raised doubts about his age. I don't know what happened to him, but in my head, he got that scar from some woman he'd attacked at a grocery store. However, I may be mistaken. He wore a dirty shirt and worn-out jeans. When he handed me the sauce, his fingers softly brushed my palm, and the experience made me feel repelled by the contact. The man just looked at me with a dark, creepy stare. One that said, for example, "I want to eat you for dinner," or "I can't live without you," among others. I thanked him and walked away. While admiring the new Dove collection down a different aisle, I saw their eyes dart toward me as I moved down the aisle. As soon as they noticed me, one of the guys snatched up the nearest item, which just so happened to be a pack of tampons. They stared at me with expressionless faces, their eyes scanning every inch of my body as they observed me. To be clear, I was dressed in a long flowy maxi dress that revealed no part of my figure. I quickly turned around, feeling as if they'd undressed me with their eyes. I looked back over my shoulders as I turned the corner. I caught sight of the empty cart the second man had been pushing. We had been in the store for about 15 minutes at that point, and he had nothing other than the tampons that the scarred-faced man had tossed in. These two males scared the very daylights out of me, and that's saying something since I'm not easily frightened. And as I've said, it wasn't my first encounter with these kinds of individuals. I was aware of what they were capable of if they became desperate enough. It was time for me to go. When I got to the cash register and paid for my purchases, I realized I'd either lost track of the men or they'd finally given up and chosen to just go on with their lives. As I exited the supermarket, I noticed a Hispanic-looking woman roaming around the parking lot. I paid it no mind, but you know, we all have spidey senses, and mine was on high alert. This was, of course, the same woman I'd seen before. I brushed it off, thinking she was selling something, and started towards my Trailblazer. The moment she caught sight of me, the woman makes a beeline straight towards me. I threw her a sidelong glare because I was like, "Sis, don't come running up on me. I'm not a violent person, but from where I'm from, you don't run up on somebody unless you're looking for a fight." "I can't find my car," she replied as I unlocked my door. "Could you please help me find my car?" By now, I've had enough of this heat. Even the thought of placing my groceries in the trunk and then saving them when I got home didn't sit well with me. When I saw that she was holding a keyless remote for her car, I then became really irritated. I took a deep breath. What would Jesus do? The woman did look lost as she browsed the lot. I turned my head to the side to peek over my shoulder and make sure the two men from the store weren't attempting to ambush me from behind. "Press the button," I said as calmly as possible. It was hot as Satan's breath outside, and sweat was beginning to drip right down my back. She didn't understand me, so I grabbed for her remote and with her permission, hit the button. I didn't get an alarm when I clicked the button, nor did I get a horn when I pressed that one. The look on her face now had me on edge. I urged her to go inside the store and talk to someone who could be of help, since I was unable to assist her and that we couldn't understand each other. I speak a little Spanish, but I'm not fluent. I popped my trunk and turned around to begin loading the goods when I saw two males coming my way out of the corner of my eye. Worn out denim and dirty sweatshirts, they reminded me of those men from the store. I very tightly grasped the basket's handle and bit my bottom lip as I then peered into that woman's dishonest eyes. Considering recent news reports concerning human trafficking and other such crimes, I immediately conceived of this as a scenario. She stepped closer when she saw I was paying attention to the men and said how her husband and kid were hunting for their car as well. I'm standing there just staring at these dudes. There's no way this was a father and son duo. They looked about the same age with a little extra weight around their waists. I didn't have on my glasses, and I didn't need them to see that this woman was lying. The men got closer, and I realized that I was now trapped between the men and the woman. I grabbed the shopping bag with my Alfredo sauce in it, and I was prepared to bash someone's child over the head. I had no idea what their intentions were, but one thing was for certain. I wasn't going down without putting up a fight. I didn't know karate, but I knew crazy, and they would learn just how crazy I could be if one of them touched me inappropriately, or hell, even moved in a manner that I found offensive. Believe it or not, all I could think about was how these people were going to force me to bust them over the head with my Alfredo sauce, and then I'd have to go inside and purchase another jar. And with the way these grocery prices have gone up, that really made me mad. I had a firm grip on the bag, and I was just about to swing when one of the cart attendees began walking our way. This allowed me the opportunity to sprint to the driver's side of my vehicle and then hop inside. I locked the door just as one of the men yanked the passenger side door handle.
Hey, what's going on here?
The cart attendant asked. Despite his height and slender build, he had an air of authority about him. I don't know how much help that he really would have been if the men decided to attack though, but the two Hispanic men and the woman began to slowly back away. Then they all walked away together, as if magically finding their vehicle. The cart attendant, or whatever they're called, told me that he saw the men watching me when I got out of my vehicle earlier. He assumed I was long gone, but as he moved across the parking lot collecting the baskets, he happened to see that they were surrounding me. He suggested that I park closer to the store's entrance and not too far back. The thing is, I enjoyed parking further away from the entrance to get some exercise, but that was all the justification I needed to park closer. I didn't think it was smart to leave right away. They could have very well been waiting for me somewhere else around the corner. To that cart attendant, thank you for saving my life. To the two creepy men and sick woman, I really hope all of you are locked up behind bars. Y'all stay safe out there, and remember that not everyone was raised the same way your mama raised you, so be careful. My husband and I lived with our young children in an apartment complex. As the years went on, this apartment complex started to attract sketchy people. Having lived in these apartments for years, we didn't know anyone who went trick-or-treating in them. We had never had anyone knock on our door on Halloween. Well, one Halloween in question, when my kids were old enough to go trick-or-treating, my husband and I decided to take them to a neighborhood near the apartments. Everything went smooth, and we were only going to knock on a couple of more doors on our way out of the neighborhood, then back to our apartment. All of a sudden, there was a police helicopter circling over the neighborhood with its spotlight on, shining all around us. There was someone over the speaker shouting,
"Police! Come out with your hands up!"
This had repeated multiple times. We hurried out of the neighborhood, not really sure what was going on. We arrived back to our apartment, settling down, then getting the kids in bed. My husband then realized that we hadn't had dinner, so I ran out to grab something for us and then returned with our food. We got our food set out on the table when all of a sudden we heard pounding on our door. It wasn't knocking, it was pounding. We ignored it. Then moments later, we heard that same pounding, and it was even louder the second time. It was around 9:30 at night while this was happening. Most people are done trick-or-treating at that point, and most kids are in bed. And keep in mind, we never had anyone knock on our door on Halloween in all the years that we lived there. We both got a bad feeling. My husband hurried to the door to make sure it was locked, and then asked through the closed door, "Yeah, who is it?" We then got the response, "Trick or treat," but the voice was that of a grown male. My husband just responded back with, "Yeah, we don't have any candy." Then we just stood there for about a minute or so. We didn't hear or see anything else after that. We both went and peered through the window, and the man was gone. Unfortunately, I don't have any further information about who that guy was, what he wanted, or if he was the one that the police wanted. But I got the most terrifying feeling when he pounded on our door that night that I never ever want to experience again. Before I start this story, I'm going to give you some background information. My name is Alice, and I live in a shitty area in Ohio. I recently turned 16 in July, and I was visiting my brother. We were carving pumpkins, as we've done that every year for as long as I can remember. I won't bore you with too many details, but I and my brother, who's 23, who we'll call Zach, decided to go trick-or-treating despite our ages, as we thought it would be a last-year deal since we were never close growing up due to family issues. I went to his place on Halloween just an hour before trick-or-treating started. We got ready, and we headed out as soon as it became the hour to trick-or-treat. We walked down his entire block, which is pretty long. So, as expected, we got our bags filled and were tired. After we departed and I went back to my house, it was that time of the month, if you know what I mean, and I was craving some chocolate. I reached into my candy bag and I grabbed a Snickers bar, and I barely even chewed it due to the taste. It didn't taste normal. It tasted awful, and now I know this wasn't the best decision, but I have animals that I really worry for, so I ran to the bathroom spitting the candy in the toilet. About 45 minutes later, I was watching some random Netflix movie. I started to feel really weird and like I was in a daze of some kind. I was a bit scared, as I had never felt like that before. I was shaking like crazy and I lost control of my speech. I woke up my grandma, which had worried her as it was after midnight. She couldn't understand me because, like I had mentioned, I had lost control of my speech and I sounded like a drunken idiot. My grandma immediately got up and then rushed to get dressed. I knew that if she drove me, I wouldn't get there fast enough. And I should also mention that I have a leaking heart valve, so I dialed 911 for help. The paramedics said that I was probably just having an anxiety attack, but I knew this couldn't have been the case, as no anxiety attack I've ever had was ever this bad. They loaded me into the ambulance while my family was on their way to meet us there. While in the ambulance, I was still shaking and I was barely staying awake. I kept losing consciousness, and my heart rate was as high as 170, which is really extreme for me as it's usually in the 70s to 90s range. The paramedics got me to the hospital safely though. The nurses at the hospital questioned me about everything, and as I explained the best that I could for my fucked up state of mind, my grandma then came in and stayed with me while they did an EKG on me, as well as x-rays, which neither were a problem. My grandma then spoke up to the doctor and asked if I could do a urine sample, which was agreed on. Less than 30 minutes passed, and the doctor came back and told us that there was THC found in my body, which, for those of you who don't know, is tetrahydrocannabinol, also known as a chemical in marijuana. I was thrown back by this, as I had never touched marijuana before in my life, which has me to believe that the candy was definitely laced. I soon called Zach to tell him what happened and to get rid of that candy as soon as possible. I know that this might not be like every other scary story on here, but I wanted to share this with as many people as possible, because this really is something that happens on Halloween, and you really never know what could happen. Please everyone, be safe on your Halloween, and also please check your children's candy. It's absolutely terrifying that people do this, so please be careful. I recalled how my mom always made sure our grandmother felt safe on Halloween. You never know what can happen, and she was always careful to be sure she was safe, and we would go to her house to be with her if she ever opened the door and gave out candy. And we would also spend some time with her that night until the time had passed for the trick-or-treaters to have come. No one was supposed to come after 10 p.m. in our city. I recalled that fondly, and now that I'm grown, offered my elderly neighbor the same. I would spend the evening having a couple of soft drinks and chatting with her at the kitchen table. She didn't want to participate, so I told her our plan. We would turn out the porch lights, lock up the doors tightly, and just talk in low tones in the kitchen with a low light on inside. It was clear that we weren't inviting the Halloweeners. At first, the front doorbell rang, and a rather large group came by with parents at about 7 p.m. That was the last and first group that ever really came by. Our neighborhood has every age group really, but most of the kids went to parties and church functions, as well as our zoo and other places that held events for the kids. It had gotten rather quiet the last several hours, but I stayed and we talked. My neighbor is 87 years old and a lot of fun, and we talked about everything, and we just laughed and sipped our cokes. And the night was totally quiet after the kids had come in that group at 7. I was thinking I'd just walk back across the street in about a minute or two. I live 3 houses down and across the street, and I had brought my car too. So it wouldn't be creepy walking home, and I could just drive into my garage when we said goodbye. I was just about to wrap up our visit when suddenly, I heard a very light knock at the side door to the house. She has a steep front porch and she lives up on a hill, and she had no kids come for hours. No one ever knocks lightly anyway. She also had a doorbell on the front door and the back as well that worked. It seemed weird, so we hushed our conversation, and I then walked just in front of her side door and then said almost angrily, "Yeah, can I help you?" At that, I heard a fist turn the brass knob on her security door, then left, then right to see if it had been left open. I don't even think they could hear me in the house at all. They were out there, and they were seeing if we had forgotten to lock our door. Now, I wasn't about to venture out there and figure out who this was, and we weren't answering the door anyway. I knew the shades on the door didn't allow anyone to see inside, so we just waited and listened, and no other sounds came. Nothing bad really happened, but I had failed to wear my pistol on me. I have my concealed carry license. I normally carry, but I had stupidly come over without it on during the Halloween night of all times. I could have needed it that night, and I then realized that as we sat there silently listening for their next move. But we were in the kitchen by a complete knife block anyway. And next year I'll be sure to drop over to be with my elderly neighbor once again. You can be sure of that. Only next time, I'll definitely be sure to be armed. Stay safe, everyone, and enjoy the spooky season. There's this trail near my house that my mom and I often ride bikes on. The trail was plotted and built sometime in the 2010s. Nothing too out of the ordinary has really happened when my mom and I are on the trail, aside from a few close calls with careless bikers, and some people every now and then that just give off creepy vibes. What I'm going to tell you about today, though, is something rather strange. So the two of us used to go a different route sometimes than the one we usually take now. The path that we usually go on now is just overall much more pleasant, and mostly goes through fields and forested areas. But the way that we used to go cut through intersections and neighborhoods at some points. One day when we used to go this other way, We noticed a bunch of stuff that looked like Halloween decorations hanging up in the trees not too far from one of those intersections. First of all, the trail is owned by the city, so you can't just go vandalizing it like that. Second, I don't even think this was around Halloween. Also, this wasn't just any Halloween decor. I mean, sure, there was some normal stuff, like a zombie-looking thing hanging from a power line and a few other things near it. But what we found to be even more strange was that there were baby dolls which were a bit further away. They were all dirty and very disfigured, and some of them had missing limbs. There were also some in cages too. I remember one cage held a doll that was ripped apart, and there weren't just a few dolls. There were around 15 or more. There were also life-sized plastic body parts just hanging around, like literally a pair of legs jammed into the side of a tree. This isn't even the weirdest part though. There were also children's shoes hanging from a string as a garland sort of thing, and it was strung between two trees. There were also a few more shoes like these lying about, along with a couple of tricycles. My mom and I were thoroughly and very obviously creeped out by this, and at different times we saw a few other people stop there who were equally concerned. We really wanted to find out who was behind this grotesque display. A few days later, we saw a maintenance man doing his job on the trail. So we alerted him of the situation and we told him where it was, and he said he'd check it out. It was only weeks later when my mom discovered the true culprit, and then she told me about it later that day when I was home. I don't know why, but I wasn't with her today. Of course. She was riding her bike as she always did, going the same way, when, as she passed the side of the strange decorations, she saw a man walking and carrying a large bucket not too far from it. My mom has a phenomenal sense of intuition, so she stopped to ask the man what he was doing. My mom described the man as short and fat and probably in his mid-60s. He had stringy gray hair and he was bald on top. She instantly got creepy vibes from this guy. She asked him if he was the man who set up all that stuff in the trees, and he said yes, that he was calling it art, and he said it was a hobby of his. My mom said that it was definitely not art, and she told the guy he was creepy. The man replied, claiming that, well, some people like it, and he tried acting like it was nothing. Yeah, who on earth would think this is normal? I mean, like I said, it wasn't even October or around Halloween. My mom told him again that she thought he was weird, and then sped off. She told me that this guy had a smug grin on his face the whole time she spoke with them. What a freak. No telling what kind of psycho this man truly is, or what he actually hides back at his house. I've always wondered about those shoes and bikes and where he got them from. I really wish I would have been there to protect my mom if something would have happened, but I'm so glad nothing did. Thank God for that. Also, thankfully the stuff has since been taken down, and there's no sign of the weirdo after this incident. It was Halloween of 2022. I was a freshman in high school. Halloween was on a Monday, and we had school the next day, so we really couldn't be staying up until 10 outside, and we needed to be home around 10 as well. For the sake of privacy, I'll call my friends by letters. My friend D had a history of throwing parties. Since it was a school night, he only invited about 10 people over for Halloween. We all decided we would trick or treat only for about an hour and then come back for a scary movie. We set off at about 6:15, and then the first 30 minutes were just a normal every year Halloween experience. This is where the story starts to take a turn. The neighborhood was huge, so the group ended up splitting up. 3 of my friends went to a different part of the neighborhood. The first part of the story I'll tell from my friend C's point of view, as I wasn't present for it. C and my other 2 friends K and J rolled up on a house where there was nobody home, but there were some really cool decorations and a bowl of candy on the doorstep. All three of them decided to hide behind the decorations and then scare the trick-or-treaters. They did so for about 15 minutes before J and K decided to head back to meet up with the rest of us. C then decided to stay and try and scare one more trick-or-treater. Little did he know that the next trick-or-treater would be one to remember. C was hiding behind a skeleton when he saw some creepy guy then walk up. He was wearing a clown mask that looked to be like one of the ones from Dollar Tree, and he was also wearing what looked to be an old raggedy white t-shirt with black sweatpants. The guy looked to be around the age of about 18, and he was alone trick-or-treating. C did his usual scare and jumped out at the guy. The guy didn't flinch at all and didn't say anything. He just stared at C and then grabbed C's candy bag and began circling in the backyard. How he described it was like something when you're a little kid playing football in the yard and you get hit with a bunch of juke moves. Anyway, C got his bag back and he got around the clown and raced away thinking the guy would get lost. C was in a completely different part of the neighborhood than me and some of my other friends, so before he could tell me anything, I also had my first encounter. The clown must have taken a shortcut because he ended up coming up to me not too long after his encounter with C. Now, my other two friends, T and A, were sort of laughing at him while he was looking straight at me. I thought he was one of their friends, and they told him to mess with me or something, so I kept trying to talk to him, but he wouldn't talk. Eventually, I gave up, and I just let the guy walk ahead of us. "Who the hell was that guy? You guys know him?" I asked T and A. What they said sort of gave me goosebumps. They said they had no idea who he was. Since he looked so young, I didn't really think anything of it until me and C found each other, and he then told me what happened. I also told him about my encounter as well, and the whole group decided to go back to the house as it was around 7 at this point. Now, D's house had a side basement entrance, and since we were in the basement and might go back outside at any time, we didn't lock it. After about 10 minutes, the door busted open, and it was the clown guy walking in with what looked to be a gun. We all jumped and started screaming, but we realized from closely looking that the gun he had was fake. He went up to K and tried stealing his candy, but had dropped his bag at the basement steps, and C then picked it up and ran outside. The clown followed C up a hill, and he seemed very mad. He was getting very aggressive at this point, putting his hands on C, so C gave the candy back, wanting no more trouble. The clown then ran away from the house without saying a word. I figured the dude was probably just trying to scare us, but the fact that he followed us home and busted in without knocking still didn't sit right with me. We went back inside for about 30 or so minutes before we heard knocking on the basement door. It was still prime trick-or-treating time. I opened the door and nobody was there. Me and C started to realize that maybe this guy wasn't so dangerous after all, or so we thought. We then decided to try and find him outside and tell him to stop messing with us and go home. After about 15 minutes of searching, we then saw him eerily standing in someone's backyard. We went up to him, but he ran away from us. We saw him once again, and he was in a different person's yard this time. This time, however, he was sitting down with his back facing us, and he had the clown mask off. We couldn't see his face, but it seemed that he had been running a lot and needed to catch his breath. "Hey, why are you running?" I screamed out to him. He didn't turn. He just put his mask back on and just walked near us. I started to get a really uneasy feeling now that he was no longer running away from us, but now slowly walking toward us. Out of nowhere, he starts running towards a random group of trick-or-treaters, looking to scare them, I think. But before he reached them, he then tripped and then face-planted right in the road. Such a terrible way to express himself as the guy trying to scare people. We just laughed at him, but that would be the last time I laughed that night. He got up and started walking away, not even near us, but he seemed defeated. We were trying to find out who the hell this guy was as he was now walking on the side of the road. Then out of nowhere, a car pulled up and then stopped in the middle of the road. The car was small and black, and across the front windshield it had strange letters that looked to be in some sort of different language. The clown then jumped in the front seat of the car, and I saw with the driver a gun, and this time I knew it wasn't fake. He pointed out the window to me and C, and we both ran faster than we ever had back to the house. We didn't have any more trouble for the rest of that night, and we'll never know who it was that was really behind that mask or why he did what he did. That night could have gone wrong in so many different ways. Moral of the story is don't investigate something creepy that you think will be okay, because you really never know what can happen. Stay safe out there, everyone, and happy Halloween. My name is Charlotte. I'm a 28-year-old female who's lived in the country my whole life, and I decided to give the city a shot. I moved to the state capital in the state that I lived at. I lived in motels, shelters, and with friends that I met. Now, this is where the story starts, but before I get into the story, I want to give a trigger warning for those who may need it. This story mentions rape. I'll be using aliases for the two guys that I met, Joe and Jason. The memory's a bit fuzzy, but I'll share what I remembered. So I got a job at Popeyes, and I had just finished up my orientation for the day. I walked to the bus stop to wait on the bus when I noticed this man sitting there. He then introduced himself. "Hi, my name is Joe." Then I introduced myself as well. We talked for a while, and then he told me about how he was homeless and a program that had gotten him into an apartment. We talked, and then it led to him asking about my own living situation. I explained it to him, and he apathetically offered me to let me stay with him. Something told me not to, but I was desperate, and I hadn't slept in several days. He gave me the address, and then my bus came. I then hopped on and proceeded to do some errands. The guy really seemed like a gentleman type, but boy was he not. The devil was also a gentleman, but you don't see the dark side until you're right where he wants you. Just goes to show that you really can't trust a book by its cover. There's a whole story inside that you don't know about. Fast forward to that night. I followed the directions the old man had given me to his place. I knocked on the door, and when he saw me, he then smiled and welcomed me right in. He then introduced me to his friend Jason, and we talked the whole night. Eventually I got tired, and the only place to sleep was Joe's bed, and his friend slept on the couch. Red flag. But again, I was stupid and desperate for sleep. Boy, the stupidest things you do when you haven't rested in days. I climbed into the bed to sleep, and later on, the old man came in to sleep as well. About an hour later, I heard him talking about me. I was half asleep, and I heard every word. He was angry and talking about how I was just looking for a place to land. He then rubbed my ass for what seemed like an eternity. How fucking stupid could I be? I thought to myself, and I just pretended to be asleep. He was even shouting at his friend in the kitchen, saying, "Who the fuck is in my house?" And then Jason told him it was him. He then grumbled and turned over. He finally passed out, thank God, and so did I. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. His friend had made me breakfast, and I then proceeded to go to work. I spent the whole day thinking about what had happened and if I should even go back. But again, my dumbass went back anyways. He had kept me up all night, and I wasn't thinking straight from lack of sleep. Fast forward to that evening. I was at Kroger's, which is a grocery store for those who don't know. And then Jason came up right behind me, saying, "Hey, how's it going, stranger?" I saw him and we talked for a bit. He followed me to the bus stop and then I caught my ride. Later that night, I went back to Joe's, but when the door was answered, it was Jason. I had asked about Joe and where he was, and he said he was looking for him too. We talked till the night, and out of nowhere, he got real flirty with me. I was very uncomfortable. I very shyly said, "No thank you," but he kept on. I told him that my butt was hurting as I have sciatica in my left hip. And he then said, "Oh, want me to give you a butt rub?" Oh my God, I thought to myself. This dude wouldn't take a hint. I said no, but he just kept going on. I told him I wasn't in the mood, and he then said, "I can put you in the mood." I told him about my boyfriend, and he literally replied back with,
"He doesn't have to know."
By this point, I was getting pissed, and I politely said that I was tired by this point and tried to go to bed. I laid down, and Jason came into the room and proceeded to rub my ass yet again. I was fed up at this point. I then said, "Will you please just stop? I'm tired and trying to sleep." Well, when I say this, he storms out of the room, and I can hear him talking to himself. One thing he said sent chills up my spine.
"I should just go in there and jump on top of her. Fucking slut."
He kept on for over an hour, and he then turns up the music so loud that I can't sleep, obviously trying to keep me awake. I thought to myself, yeah, I'm getting the hell out of here as soon as I can. Later that morning, for what seemed like an eternity, he finally came in and told me to leave.
"Fucking bitch, you've been holding out on me."
Sorry dude, my body, my rules, I thought. And that does it for the story. Please, to any females out there that are listening to this, don't do what I did. The city is dangerous, and I've definitely learned a lot from living here. I don't quite remember how old I was. I had to have been in my late 20s when this event took place. I'm not much of a partier anymore, but I used to be bad into partying when I was in my early 20s until my early 30s. I'm only 38 now, so that kind of puts things into perspective. Anyway, I had a friend named Holly and a friend named Tim who had invited me to a party at a trailer that I had never been to. This trailer was out on a back road, a dirt road. Holly was a girl that I used to mess around with, and Tim was my best friend. I told Tim that if I went with him to this party, he couldn't leave me there. He agreed, so I went to the party with him. There were people there that I didn't know. Really, the only two people I knew were Holly and Tim. I was okay with that, but Tim and Holly decided to go do their own thing while I grabbed myself a beer and probably a few shots of liquor. An hour or so goes by, and Tim had walked up to me to tell me that Holly was in the bathroom doing lines. I asked what type of lines, and Tim then told me that she was snorting cocaine and that she wanted me in there to join her. She was in the bathroom with someone else too, but I joined them in their snort fest. Other festivities went on in there that I will not mention because it's way too personal to me. Needless to say, I got really fucked up and passed out on a bed and then woke up with someone beside me that I didn't know. I was so fucked up the night before that it carried on until the next day. So the morning I woke up, and I was angry because Tim and Holly decided to leave me there at the place all by myself. I didn't even know anyone there. I was freaked out, and I couldn't get anyone to drive me home because they were working on his truck. I decided to just chill and wait for them to get done. My heart felt like it was going 500 miles per hour, and I was really fidgety. I thought about the night before, and I've never felt like that from cocaine or drinking. I didn't think much more about it, just that I was antsy and bored. I asked the guy that owned the place if I could take a walk up toward a field that he owned. He said yes, and so off I went. There wasn't much that was interesting, just a tractor path that had woods on both sides of it. I walked for about 5 or more minutes, and off to the right side, I saw what appeared to be a teepee in the woods. The teepee was a turquoise color with some type of print on it. Me, being young, dumb, and curious, decided to walk into the woods to take a closer look. I thought maybe there was a couple of people there to hang out with, like maybe there was someone from last night's party. But when I got there, it was empty. No souls in sight. I stood there for a minute listening to see if someone was walking around or if I heard any talking. I heard no one but a four-wheeler in the distance. I looked around and I noticed there was a burnout fire, but it didn't seem to look or smell recent. There were food wrappers on the ground, but I couldn't really distinguish how old they may have been. I decided to be ballsy and look inside the teepee. Nothing interesting but a couple of dead mice, a magazine that looked like a porno, empty chip bags, and more food wrappers that were like the ones outside by the old fire. I just shrugged my shoulders and I just walked back out into the tractor path. I walked for maybe about 2 minutes and I had to use the restroom really bad. Seeing how there wasn't anyone else up there, I walked a few feet and did my business. I was gone for a while, 7 minutes plus the 2 minutes it took me to turn back around in the path since I got bored. Still curious, I looked for the teepee on the way back to the trailer. To my astonishment, the teepee had just somehow vanished. Now, I know that you may think that someone took it down, but how's it possible that someone could have taken it down in a period of about 9 minutes without me hearing any noises or seeing someone walk out of the woods with it? I'm only 5'1", but this teepee had to have been at least 7 foot tall. It would have taken more than one man to take down the teepee, and I still would have heard someone. I also walked up and down the same area a few times to spot it, but if it was there I would have saw it, because I saw it from where I was walking in the first place. I walked back to the trailer to tell the guy who owned it about what I saw, and I also asked if he knew anything about it. He said that he didn't own it, but he agreed that me seeing that was really creepy, and also how no one could take it down that fast. Even to this day I still think about it, and I still can't figure out what happened. Maybe someone could give me some insight about what it could have been, or what may have happened. I honestly feel like I'll never know. Side note, remember the cocaine I was offered? I found out later that my jitterness wasn't from the cocaine. It was actually bath salts. I don't do drugs on a constant. I've just dabbled, and I will never do or dabble in them again. Please be careful if someone ever offers you them, because it just goes to show that you never know. I'm a rookie cop working for a small town in the deep south. Only 3 months have passed since my FTO training, so I'm still trying to figure out the job. It's a little after 2 a.m., only more than 5 hours until my shift is done. The streets are pretty empty, and the calls for service are pretty minimal to none at this point. Usually on slow nights, I monitor our license plate camera for cars coming into our town. Usually you'll get a notification of a car with an expired registration or no valid insurance. Something simple and mundane. But on that night, I had gotten a notification for a stolen vehicle coming directly down the road that I was on. So I pulled into a gas station just off the road and waited for the car to get closer. Soon, a black Dodge Charger came cruising past me. I immediately get behind it and check the license plate. It's indeed the stolen vehicle. I radioed dispatch telling them what I got and requested additional units to be en route to me as I then prepared to stop the vehicle. As fate would have it, the car didn't stop and it began to increase the speed. My heart began to beat fast against my chest. Holy crap, my first car chase. I tried as hard as I could to keep my voice steady and calm and called out each intersection we crossed. My department had a strict pursuit policy which forbade us from putting fleeing cars off the road, and we didn't have spike strips either, unlike the county deputies in our part of town. So you could only follow behind the suspect until a county deputy caught up to either pit the vehicle or lay down the spike strips. I ended up chasing the Charger out of city limits onto an old state road with tons of trees and farms scattered along the roadway. At this point, my supervisors caught up and become the primary pursuer in this chase. I followed behind him, and I called out radio traffic as we sped down the dark road. Our flashing blue lights were the only thing illuminating the shadows of the dark trees and darkness. Just then, a county deputy radioed, stating that he was at the next intersection waiting for us to drive by, which was about 3 miles away. The plan was to follow him until then, and then allow the deputy to take over and then end the chase for us. But we never made it to that intersection. See, the old state road we were on was very narrow, and it had a few sharp curves that were not meant to be driven at a high rate of speed that we were doing. As we came across the bend in the road, my supervisor slammed on the brakes. He veered right, and I simultaneously steered left, hoping to avoid whatever made my Sarge leave the roadway. As I went into the opposite lane, I then witnessed utter chaos. A semi-truck had begun pulling out into the road just as the Charger was speeding through. The crash was inevitable, but what happened next still sends shivers down my spine. The Charger hit the semi-truck head-on. The front passenger was killed instantly, and the driver was ejected. He landed right into the lane I was traveling in. The thud that he made against my car sounded like a gunshot. The driver flung from my hood to my windshield before sliding down the side of my vehicle before I could get stopped. The driver was just lying motionless in the middle of the road. I then ran to check on the truck driver, who was mostly okay, just in shock and pale all over. I consoled him, and I asked him to step out of the truck from the passenger side to shield him from the carnage. The Charger looked as if it was a 12-ounce aluminum can that someone stepped on. The entire front passenger side was caved in, and it seemed like the only thing holding it together was the severed and distorted body of the passenger. My stomach began turning as I then observed what was left of this poor guy's head. His right arm was wedged around the front pillar of the car. The door had been peeled open, with a pool of blood slowly seeping down into the road from the opening. The dashboard was jammed into his abdomen. We got the fire department to throw a tarp over the car. There was no point in struggling to get him out of the mangled mess out here on the road. The driver had rash all along his arms and legs. I noticed that his right leg seemed to push into the body, and that's when I realized his femur and hip bone were exposed and pushed up towards his chest. The most gruesome injury had to be his head. The best way I can describe it is that the skull was slumped into itself, and he looked like his head had been swapped with a chewed piece of bubble gum. His left eye was hanging off the side of his face and stared deeply into my soul. I wondered how much damage was done by the vehicle compared to the semi in the road. Georgia State Patrol came out and worked the wreck. The trooper reassured me that the guy was dead way before I struck him, but seeing him on the road like that, and his stretched eyes looking back at me, has been etched into the back of my mind forever. We had wrapped the scene, and I was just about to jump back into my car when my Sarge then grabbed me, saying, "We have a tow truck coming for your car. Why don't you ride back with me to the police department? You've been through enough tonight." I followed his orders, getting into the passenger seat of his SUV as we rolled off into the sunrise. As my car got loaded into the tow truck, I could still see blood and remnants of muscle tissue stained all over the right side of my vehicle. I'm really glad I didn't drive that thing. I used to work the graveyard shift at my company. I worked the graveyard shift in 9 years, and in that time I've really encountered my share of weirdos. Whenever I leave the building to grab lunch, they like to hang around the gas stations and fast food places, but this night was the scariest of all. I work for a very big company, and you can only enter the parking lot and building with an access badge. I also work in an industrial area, so it's really rare for anyone to be out on the street because the nearest stores and houses are a couple of miles away. It was January, and I had made a New Year's resolution to get fit, so I decided to use my lunch break to get a good power walk in. My lunch was at 1 in the morning, and we got 45 minutes for lunch. It was a clear night, and it was cold, but I had a heavy winter jacket on, so I was comfortable. I decided to walk the perimeter of the employee parking lot. There was an older gentleman who had always jogged in the parking lot ever since I started working in the facility. I started my walk, and I was feeling good, listening to music and enjoying the refreshing crisp midnight air. I made a lap around the entire parking lot in about 10 minutes, and it was super easy, so I decided to challenge myself a little bit more. Instead of doing the perimeter of the parking lot, I decided to walk up and down each row of cars, and that was a little more challenging, but I finished that in about 15 minutes. But as I was doing so, I saw the older gentleman who we'll call Mr. P. Well, Mr. P was walking outside the gated parking. At the facility, we have 2 large gates to enter the parking lot, one on the east side and one on the south side. We also have our own hidden private road that runs along the gates from the outside and leads to a small sister building open and accessible to the public. So as I'm on my walk, I'm watching Mr. P, and he's jogging the perimeter of the parking lot. But when he gets to the south gate, he uses his badge to open it, and he continues jogging down the private road. And then once he gets to the east gate, he uses his badge to enter the parking lot again. I thought to myself, of course, why didn't I think of that? He's almost doubling the distance just by doing that simple thing. I did have to sit and think about it for a moment, because at the time I was a 25-year-old female walking around at 1 in the morning, but I rationalized with myself. Number 1, we're in an industrial area with hardly any pedestrians ever on the sidewalk. And number 2, you can't even see our private road from the main street because we have large and tall bushes that completely obstruct the view of the road. After thinking about it, I decided to try out Mr. P's method. Once I got to the south gate, I badged out and started walking the private road. I was really enjoying myself and watching all of the lizards scatter as I approached. It was nice. I was making my way to the other end of the road, and I was heading up to the east gate when I then heard someone saying, "Hey, hey!" It's lunch break at work right now, so I thought it was probably a coworker who couldn't get back in. So I turned around to see who it was, and I then saw a man coming up the driveway from the street. A man that I did not recognize. I was halfway between the road and the gate, and I just kind of froze because I was confused. As it got closer, I noticed that he was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. It struck me as odd considering that it was a cold January night. He had shaggy hair and stubble growing in. He looked disheveled. He was also carrying a black plastic bag, but he was really holding it awkwardly. He wasn't holding it by the handles as people normally do. He was holding it as if it was wrapped around something. He approached and he started to ask me what I was doing. I told him I was on lunch break and that I work right there, then pointed at the gate. He looked to be in his early 30s and about 5'8" and lean build, but it was at this time that I noticed his eyes. They were pure black. They looked very strange. And I don't mean pure black as in a paranormal type of way. More like someone with very dark eyes who's high on drugs. I have some experience myself with drugs and addiction, but that's for another time. But as I'm looking at this guy's eyes, I just see that he has huge pupils. Those pupils were dilated the worst that I've ever seen on anyone. So I start heading back towards the gate. I said to myself, nope, not today. because I know people are high out of their mind can be unpredictable. But this guy continues to approach me, and now he's asking questions about the facility and if they're hiring and so on. I start answering him, but I continue to sidestep closer and closer to the gate. As I casually try to inch away, he tries to close the distance. I don't want to turn my back on him because I'm getting this terrible feeling in my gut. Call it intuition or whatever, but I've always avoided certain people because of bad vibes. I can't explain it. It's just an overwhelming feeling that I get. Quick example. Once I went to get gas at 4 a.m. and I saw another sketchy looking guy. The guy was a Latino in his 40s, and he had a bandana wrapped around his face with only his eyes showing, and he was bald and heavily tattooed. Well, as I pulled into the gas station, he came walking in from the sidewalk and started searching around the floor for something. I got that feeling again and decided to get gas later on, then drove off. But as I was waiting at the light, this same man crossed the street, but instead of walking in front of my car, he went to the driver's side door and tried to open it and continued to walk along the car and try another door before he crossed the street. I always lock my doors getting in and out, thank God. But anyways, now back to the original story. So I was getting that same feeling now. An overwhelming sense of danger overcame me. I felt like this man wanted to hurt me and violate me sexually. On the inside, I was totally freaking out, but I was trying to remain calm on the outside, like I wasn't on to his intentions. The same thing deep inside me telling me this was a very bad man was also telling me trying to run was a big mistake. I felt like it would trigger him to attack. So I continued to talk and sidestep slowly towards the gate, and at the same time casually look around for a coworker coming back from lunch or for Mr. P making his rounds. At that moment, we were completely isolated, cut off from the main road view, and no one was around. It was dead silent. All you could hear were crickets chirping. Then the man asked me callously if I was cold, with those black soulless eyes piercing right through mine, and his hand squeezing the black bag. I let out a small laugh and then said, "Well, no, why?" And he said in a very flat and cold, creepy tone,
"Well, because you're shaking."
I looked down at my hands and they were trembling. I was thinking how to respond, right when I saw Mr. P turning the corner. So I changed the subject quickly, then saying, "Oh, here comes one of my coworkers." I then said, "Hey, Mr. P!" But he didn't look at me, so I said it louder, "Mr. P! Mr. P!" And then Mr. P jogged right on by me, then going through the gate and continued. I didn't know what to do next. I was about 10 feet from the gate, and I was really considering saying forget my gut and then darting for it. But as I looked at the bag in his hands, I was really afraid of what might be in that bag. Images of a butcher's knife flashed through my mind, only pushed out by the thought of what if it's a gun. I took my phone out of my pocket and I checked the time. I only had 5 minutes left for my lunch break. I had to get back, but I was terrified. I would have to turn my back to him to enter the gate. Just then, I saw headlights coming up the driveway, and it was a coworker returning from lunch. He turned back to see the car coming up behind him, and he stepped out of the way. Now he was standing next to me, but we were still about 3 feet apart at this time. I used this distraction to get closer to the gate. Now I was about 2 feet from the badge reader. Then another car pulled in behind the first one. He looked back at me, and I used this as an excuse to watch him. I continued talking to him while walking backwards towards the gate. I told him I was sorry, but that I had to get back to work now. I explained to him that all the cars coming are people returning from lunch. I told him it was nice to meet him, which was a total lie, then bumped into the gate. I turned around and hit my badge quickly, and then made it on the other side of the gate. And he said to let him know whenever they start hiring. I said that I would and closed the gate behind me, watching him then turn and walk back down the driveway to the main street. My heart was pounding fiercely now, and my whole body was trembling. My legs were shaking so bad that I could hardly walk. People might think that this was just a man down on his luck looking for work and that I was overreacting, but to those people, I would say that you had to be there and really feel the vibes. If you ever watched a documentary on a serial killer and have seen just how callously they talk about what they've done with not even an ounce of remorse in a monotone, dreamlike way, that was it. Those were the same vibes and expressions that this man was giving. Looking into those drugged up, compassionless eyes still to this day haunts me. Seeing how he fiddled with the bag, just itching to reveal what was inside, along with his mannerisms and tone. You have to ask yourself too, if he truly was interested in work, why didn't he get the company's phone number or email? What was he doing high out of his mind at 1:30 a.m. in just a t-shirt on a cold January night, only carrying a sketchy bag? And the way he kept trying to force himself into my personal space. It felt like he just wanted to get close enough to grab me by the way he inched forward every time I inched away. It's an experience I'll never forget. I'm 33 now, and I still remember it so vividly like it just happened yesterday. Feeling so helpless, it was the absolute worst and most terrifying feeling ever. To everyone listening, please always put safety first. No matter how slim the chances are of something happening, always act with extreme caution. Because you just never know. Situations like these seem to happen when you least expect them. So please be careful. This chain of events started in the middle of December 2022. All names of the people involved are made up for privacy reasons. A little backstory. I'm a guy in my early 20s, and I was a manager at an ice cream parlor during this time. When I came back from Christmas leave, my boss had told me that someone had been calling the store, and that when only a female employee answers the phone, a man's on the other end jerking off and breathing heavily. He would also moan phrases like,
"Can you hear me? I want you to know that I'm masturbating for you. You sound so attractive."
This was also happening on a constant basis. The caller ID was always unknown. My boss did report it to HR, and they did file a police report, but nothing ever came of it. That was only just the start. Like I mentioned before, he'll only engage if a female employee answers the phone. If a male answers the phone, the creep will immediately disconnect. I hadn't come across this creep until one morning when I opened the store. Note that I actually wasn't supposed to work that day. I was covering a shift for the other manager, Jackie, who called off sick. The store opens at 11 a.m., and on cue, the phone rang as soon as it hit 11. No caller ID. I answered, and before I could even mutter out a single word, raspy moans and whispers then came from the other end of the phone. The creep kept moaning and saying things like,
"You want it. I know you're there."
And one that hit like a gut punch.
"I really missed you, Jackie."
The creep knew an employee's name. Not just that, but that Jackie was the first to be victim to this creep's fucked up fantasies. Now, we don't say our names over the phone, meaning that he'd have to go to our store as a customer and look at our name tags that managers get. This creep really pissed me off, and so I yelled into the phone, "Leave us the fuck alone!" And I hung up. In hindsight, I shouldn't have provoked him. Later that week, I was closing, and I had two female employees with me, Alex and Haley. It was a slow night since it's mid-December, and not many people get ice cream when it's 16 degrees outside. I had told Haley that I'm going outside for a smoke, and to hold down the fort for the 10 minutes while I'm gone. The store is part of a small plaza connected to an eye clinic and a children's bakery. The alley is well lit with motion-activated lights, and there's also several down the alley by the dumpsters. I'm standing by the back door, as I see a light activated and a man standing about 10 feet from the dumpsters. I put out my smoke and I head back inside, making sure to lock the back door. I want to note that I'm a 6'3" giant, so keep that in mind. After my smoke break, I mention the strange man to everyone as we finish closing. I set the alarm as we all then leave, making sure we're all stuck together. It was Haley, Alex, and I waiting for their respective rides to come when I turned the corner to the parking lot and I saw the same man from earlier. Before I could even react, he started to approach us. I immediately gave Haley my keys and I told her to lock her and Alex in my car, which they did. I loudly asked, "Can I help you?" He didn't respond, just kept walking. I then again spoke louder. "Are we gonna have a problem?" He got about 15 feet away before I then shouted, "Hey man, do you want to get shot?" He stopped dead in his tracks, turned around, and then sprinted towards the street down a busy intersection. I sighed in relief because I didn't even have my firearm on me. It was a bluff. We never saw him again, and the phone calls finally stopped after that. To this day, we don't even know if it was the same guy who was calling us. I don't work there anymore. I actually left shortly after the spring started this past year. From then on, I always carry. I didn't carry before because that area was always a nice neighborhood. As for Alex and Haley, I always made sure that they got home safely. So this happened to me last summer. I work as a receptionist at a doctor's office, and I had only been working there for about 4 months at the time. One day I get a call from someone with the caller ID, D. Smith. I pick it up and say, "Hello, Dr. Ray's office. How can I help you?" And then a deep, raspy old man's voice then says, "Oh, my bad. Wrong number." And then hangs up. I didn't think anything of it until a couple of days later when I come into the office and I have a message on my machine from a D. Smith. It's the same raspy old man, and I listened to the message at least 4 times, but I can't understand what he's saying, so I delete it. Right when I pressed the delete button, however, something inside my head had clicked, and I had suddenly realized what he had said. "What color panties are you wearing, little girl?" I was pretty shocked, and I told my coworker about it, but because I had just deleted the message, I had no proof, and I wasn't even 100% sure I was right, so I kinda just laughed it off and forgot all about it. Well, about 2 weeks later, I get another call from D. Smith. I pick it up, and again he then says, "Sorry, wrong number." Then he hangs up. At this point, I look up his name and number in my system just to confirm that he isn't a patient here, and he's not. A few minutes later, I see he's calling yet again, but I decide not to pick it up this time, and he leaves a message. I listen to the message, and again, it's a bit hard to make out what he's saying at first because his voice is so low and raspy, but after listening again, I can confirm what he said. "What color panties are you wearing, little girl?" I'm again shocked, especially that I was right about what he had said, and I also have my coworker listen to it this time as well. She is also shocked, but we both just kind of laugh it off, and we figure it's just some old creep who likes to leave the same messages on people's voicemails from time to time. So I go home for lunch, and I tell my parents all about the message, and they tell me to just forget about it unless he continues. I also tell my cousin, to which she actually tells me to call the police and report him, but I didn't think that was necessary. However, when I return to work after lunch, I have a new message on my machine from D. Smith. I listened to it, and things got even creepier. He said, "What color panties are you wearing, little girl? Come on, you can tell me. I'm Santa Claus. Santa really likes naughty little girls." At this point, I'm just like, what the fuck? My coworker listens, and we're both thoroughly very creeped out and unsure of what to do. I decide to look up his phone number on Google. It turns out he lives in the apartment building right across from my sister's, and I'm at my sister's at least a couple of times a week. I'm not sure if this is just a coincidence, but it definitely freaks me out. The phone then rings again with another call from D. Smith. I definitely don't answer it, and he leaves another message. I don't even want to listen to it, but I do, and he then says something even more disturbing than before.
I'm 13 years old, and my mom just walked in on me masturbating. She likes to watch me. What do you think about that? I like to watch you. I'm Santa Claus. I can see everything. I watch you through your mirrors every night getting undressed. I see your little titties. By the way, are you ever going to tell me what color panties you're wearing, little girl? I really want to know.
I know, completely fucked. It's at this point that my coworker and I decide that it's time to call the police. I call the non-emergency number, and I talk to a lady who says an officer will come by the office. A couple of hours later, an officer comes in and listens to the messages. He then takes down D. Smith's name and number from the caller ID, and he says he'll give him a call, and then call me to let me know what happened. About an hour later, the officer calls me and he says that he talked to D. Smith. Apparently he's an old man who had recently had a stroke, so he gets confused sometimes, and he thought he was calling and leaving messages for his girlfriend. Now, whenever you leave a message on my machine, you have to listen to a 30-second recording of me saying,
Hey, you've reached Dr. Ray's office, and I'm away from my desk at the moment. But if you please leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
I'll also give our fax number, tell the patient to call 911 or go to the emergency room if they're having a medical emergency. So yeah, I'm not really sure how he could have thought this was his girlfriend's answering machine, but I've never had a stroke, so who knows. The officer told him to stop calling my number, and D. Smith agreed. The officer also told me that his address being so close to my sister's was really just a coincidence. It's now been almost a year, and I haven't received another call from D. Smith. I don't really know if I exactly believe his story, but if he really did think he was leaving those messages for his girlfriend, still, they're really into some disturbing stuff. And if he did know that he was leaving those messages for me, I truly hope he never contacts me again. The story happened back in 2003 when I was 21. I'm a female, and I was working in a popular craft store in northeastern Pennsylvania. I normally worked in the office during the day counting money, taking care of the paperwork, etc. But sometimes I picked up additional shifts in the evening to make extra money. I was on a closing shift this particular evening, and I was excited to go out with coworkers after the store had closed. We were working together to sweep, straighten up, and take care of the few customers stopping into the store before we closed. I was in the floral section cleaning and making sure everything was in place. After about 10 minutes of straightening things up, I was approached by an attractive-looking guy who came over to flirt with me. I was single at the time, so I didn't really mind the attention. We chatted for a few minutes while I continued to fix the flowers. He asked what I was doing later on and if he could have my number. After work, I was headed out to the bar, so I thought it might be fun to invite him along with us. Now remember, this happened long before people would use social media to communicate or look up profiles. Being young and naive, I often gave out my number to guys that I had just met or was interested in, but this evening, I would soon regret that decision. I scribbled my number on a scrap piece of paper and handed it to him. I explained that I would be meeting up with my friends later on and that he was welcome to join us. We said our goodbyes and he walked away. After another minute or so, I was finished working in floral and I had started to head towards the front of the store. We'd be locking up the store in a few minutes, and I went to see what else needed to be done. As I walked past the cake decorating section towards the registers, I noticed the same guy I had spoken with. He walked up to another man who was much older and had a very creepy appearance. He had spoke a few words and then handed him the paper with my phone number on it. I was in absolute horror as I stared into his deep, piercing, and almost black eyes. He looked at me and gave me a slightly satisfied smile as he then stared back in the most evil way. Fear crept over my entire body. I was so overwhelmed with feelings that I felt sick and I thought I'd pass out. I ran to the office and fumbled for the keys. After a couple of seconds that truly felt like hours, I was able to open the door and then run inside. I opened the second door to the cash office and slumped down to the floor. I had never felt that uneasy in my entire life from just looking at someone. After about a minute or so, I gathered myself and decided to go back out into the store to confront the men. As I unlocked the cash office door and proceeded into the main office, I noticed them leaving the store together. We closed the store after a few minutes and finished our nightly routine. After punching out and exiting the building, my friends and I had plans to head home to change and then meet back up at our favorite bar. I walked to my car very slowly and really paid attention to my surroundings. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched or stalked. I jumped into my car and then sped away while checking my mirrors for any cars that might be tailing me. There was a dark vehicle in another lot that pulled out after me and seemed to be going in the same way that I was. It could have been those men, or maybe just a coincidence, but I wasn't taking any chances. I traveled out of my way and in circles until the car was no longer in sight. It was at this point when my phone then started to ring. Normally I would just pick it up and say hello, but not this time. I knew who that caller was, and there was no way I was going to answer. It pretty much just rang until my voicemail picked up. Then it rang again. This continued all through the evening until I eventually just shut my phone off. I tried to have fun that night at the bar, but I really couldn't shake that creepy feeling. When I offered to be the sober driver for the evening, my friends kept asking if I was okay. I assured them I was fine, but just a bit tired. I watched everyone that night, but I didn't see that creepy duo anywhere. The next couple of months, my phone would ring and ring over and over every day, and then moved on to a few times a week. I took a break from picking up closing shifts and stuck to only working mornings in the cash office. I paid extra attention to everyone around me, especially when leaving work. Looking back, I probably should have told someone about this experience, but at the time I was really embarrassed and angry that I even put myself into that situation. If I hadn't seen my number get passed along, who knows what could have happened if I had picked up that call, or if I'd met up with that stranger later that night. My name is Dylan. I work as a 911 operator. I'm in my mid-20s and a little bit around 6 foot. I had gotten this job last year, but this incident's remained in my mind fully. Here's the story. My last day of work, I had got a call that would remain in my mind until my last breath. The call went something like this.
911, what's your emergency?
I said. The person replied back with, Yeah, this is gonna sound a little strange, but there's a man stumbling around in circles in my front yard. A female voice said. It sounded like she was also in her mid-20s.
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
I replied. She repeated what she told me, saying that there was a man in her front yard stumbling around, that he looked like he was sick or drunk. Then she said, I woke up to get a glass of water, and I heard snow crunching around underneath my front window. So I peeked out and I'm looking right at him. He's about 10 yards away from my window, but something doesn't feel right.
What's your address, ma'am?
I said. She replied back, telling me her address.
Okay, I'm going to send a squad car your way, but that's quite a way out there. Are you alone in your house, ma'am?
To which she then replies that she's indeed alone. I then said back,
"Can you please confirm that all your doors and windows are fully locked?"
She stays on the phone with me. She tells me that her front door is locked, but that she'll have to go check her back door again. She then tells me, "I really appreciate your help, by the way. I know this is kind of strange, but I really hope that..." She then stopped, not even finishing her sentence.
"Ma'am? Ma'am, are you still there?"
I said,
"Is he still in your yard? Ma'am!"
"Oh my God, he's still in the yard, but what the fuck?" She said, "He's upside down."
"Ma'am, stay on the phone with me. What's happening?"
"He's staring right at me, but he's standing on his hands now. He's just perfectly still, staring right at me," she said into the phone, sounding paranoid.
He's standing on his hands?"
I said, this time a little uneasy. Before I could say another word, I heard loud, heavy footsteps on the other end of the line. Running footsteps along with the sound of glass breaking, followed along by the sound of screaming, then slicing noises.
"Ma'am? Ma'am, what the hell's going on? Are you okay? Hello? Are you still there? What the..."
I couldn't even finish my sentence as the line cut out. Well, about 5 minutes later, they then arrived at the caller's house. When the police managed to get there, they found the girl stabbed to death. That was one of the hardest calls I ever did, and I quit my job that day. I still have so many questions that remain in my mind to this day. What was she saying? Who was the man that she saw? Why the hell did he do this? And how was he on his hands not moving? And who came up from behind her? This call messed me up for a really long time, and I don't think I'll ever be able to dispatch ever again. I'll try not to make this too long, but I want to put this out there for kids and parents. Not even your employer can be trusted. So it was the summer of 2004. I was 15 years old at the time, and I was working weekends at a skate park, running the registers and keeping up shop. I was the only female employee working there. The reason I got the job, or I thought at the time, was because I used to hang out there a lot prior to being offered a position. They used to host events and hardcore/rock shows a ton. Those were extremely fun, and the place where all my friends gathered for a good time, so we got to know the owners pretty well. Now, the two guys that owned the shop were in their 40s, overweight and balding. Typical older white guys, but they were extremely nice. Let's call them Doug and Mark. Doug was always more serious about the business. You know, always trying to come up with ideas to better it, and rarely ever joking around. He was also married with kids. Mark, on the other hand, seemed like Doug's minion. He was usually out running errands, making calls, or cleaning up the shop. He was a single guy. He was very outgoing and silly, so we always had a lot of fun with him around. Until one day, when all of the fun stopped. Before I tell you about the scariest moment of my life, I'll inform you of the events, or I'd like to call them red flags leading up to it. On one occasion, we were hosting a show where a local metal band was playing at. There were lots of people there. Kids and adults alike were skating and running up and down the ramps and bowls, just generally having a good time. Then Mark suddenly came up behind me as I was talking with my friend Katie. He had picked me up and swung me over his shoulder, and then started tickling me and spinning me around, right in the middle of the crowd. I laughed it off and was yelling for him to stop in a giggly voice, but I was honestly a bit creeped out, as he had never ever touched me before, even in a friendly way. Even at 15, I found this inappropriate for a man in his 40s to be so touchy on me. After about a minute, he put me down and was then laughing and apologizing. I didn't think much of it anymore, and I thought maybe I was overreacting. A week or two went by, and I noticed that Mark was giving me flirty looks and sticking his tongue out at me whenever he was around. Again, didn't think too much of it, as he was a super nice guy. I thought he was just being funny. Well, one day Mark called me into the back. We had 2 doors right behind the register that led to our stock room, as Doug had sat at the register on a business call. When we got to the back, he picks me up, sets me down on the washing machine, and he then tells me that he wants to kiss me. I automatically shut this shit down, but then he tries to persuade me to lift up my shirt for him. At this point, I'm really freaked out, and I'm just hoping Doug comes through those doors any second. Again, I firmly tell him, "No!" as I then hop down and proceeded to walk to the shop front again. That's when Doug opens the door and then asks, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Did Mark show you our butterfly collection?" I just responded with, "Oh, no," and then I walked out. The 2 then follow me. The rest of the day was pretty uneventful, and I just wanted it to end. I usually got off work around 6 or 7, but around 5, Doug asked me to go with Mark to run some errands. He then jokingly said, "Take my credit card, but don't give it to Mark." Then laughing. All I could think about was how awkward this ride was going to be, as we hadn't talked since the incident earlier that day. I was really dreading this trip, but I had no idea what was about to unfold. We get in the car and we drive to my high school, which was on the other side of town. It's in a medium-sized busy city, but about 5 minutes away from my house. And as we pull into the parking lot on a Saturday, I ask him what we're doing here. He responds by saying, "I'm scouting out a new area for a skate park. It's behind the school here." This is when I start to get nervous, but I'm hoping it's true because I did know they were trying to expand locations at the time. He gets out of the car and he then motions for me to get out and come along. I hesitantly do so. We start walking to the back of the school and he's just talking about his visions of the new park. Nothing too serious. That's when we approach the woods. Not a wooded area, like straight up dense forest-like woods. Ones that you can barely walk through. That's when he says, "Take my hand. Come on, I'll show you the spot." This is when all of the alarms go off in my head, and I then realize that I could be in real danger if I go along with this creep. In my head, I'm contemplating running or just going along with him because I didn't know which one would make my situation worse at the time. I now know that I should have ran. This pondering seemed like it went on forever, when in reality it was probably only a few seconds. Thank God I paused for a second before making any decisions, because that's when my cell phone then rang. I honestly forgot that I had it on me. It was my mom asking me if she could pick me up early so we could go to dinner. That's when I tell her with a sense of urgency,
"Yeah, I'm at the high school. Come get me now."
I think that she could hear the fear in my voice and then left immediately because she was there in less than 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, I tell Mark I have to go and wait on my mom. He seemed agitated, but agreed, and then walked me to the front steps of the school to wait. He didn't say bye or anything. He just suddenly walked very briskly to his car. My mom shows up a couple of minutes later. I hop in quicker than I've ever done anything in my life. I just know I must have been shaking. I tell her I'm not in the mood to eat and to just drop me off at home. She asks if I'm okay, and I just say yes, and that me and a coworker were just scouting out an area for a new spot. I get dropped off at home, and I'm just shocked and full of fear. I quit working there that very day, and I never went back. I didn't explain anything to anyone, and I've only told my boyfriend and a couple of friends about what happened. I'm 100% convinced, looking back on all the red flags and the fact that Doug didn't seem to trust Mark, that if I'd went into those woods, I wouldn't be here today. Who knows what he would have done to me? Rape? Murder? Both? I don't know. But it's very weird when you survive something like that. It never really seemed real to me, but it very much was. I have a 12-year-old daughter now, and I always try to teach her all about safety and predators all the time. That kind of thing can change you and change the parent you become. I actually have an update to this that was about 2 years later. Mark had called my house phone. I don't even know how he got my number, but he told me that he was in Istanbul, Turkey, and that he was about to open up a skate shop there. I literally just said,
"Yeah, please don't call me anymore,"
then hung up. Luckily, my nightmare was over after that, but even just hearing from him was like talking to the devil. I really hope that man is dead or in jail so he can't hurt anyone else. I've always wondered if Doug ever found out about Mark, and if maybe Mark had to flee the country for a crime he committed or something, which landed him in Istanbul. This turned out to be longer than I intended, but my point is, as a woman or girl especially, never trust anyone who's been a creep to you. I don't really trust much of anyone anymore, and I don't think anyone can blame me for that. When I was 15, I lived in the middle of nowhere. It was one of those towns with a population number of less than 300. I grew up in populated rural towns most of my life, so this was a first for me, and I hated everything about it. Due to financial issues in the family, we moved in with my mom's boyfriend's family at the time. The property we moved onto had a church, a cemetery, and 2 old schoolhouses. One of the schoolhouses by the church was the one we lived in. About 100 feet away was the abandoned schoolhouse. Now, I have tons of stories about this place, from children's laughter in the middle of the night coming from the abandoned schoolhouse to always having sleep paralysis, which I never even experienced until living there. But in this story, I want to focus on something scarier: people. We didn't have internet where we lived, and before moving, most of my free time was spent on my computer and on YouTube. Because of this, I spent most of my time playing the few games I had still installed on my PC, or just rewatching the same 10 movies I had on DVD. The night of the incident, it was around 2 a.m. Everyone else was in bed by then, but I had stayed up on my computer playing an old Hitman game that I had installed before moving. As I was sitting in the pause menu of the game, I thought that I heard leaves crunching from outside near my window. I peeked out of my window, but I didn't see anything due to my room being on the 2nd floor. Beneath my room was the kitchen, which was also connected to the door that led to the back porch. After I heard the crunching of the leaves outside, it went eerily silent. I was already on edge, but soon the silence was broken by our outside dogs barking aggressively all around our house. At that moment, I ran down the steps to go get my parents. They had their room all the way in the basement, which meant I had to pass the kitchen to get to them. As I reached the bottom of the stairs near the kitchen, I started to hear banging and screaming from my right, which was where the back porch and kitchen were. At this time, I just froze. I didn't want to move and let whoever was there see me. Luckily, my parents heard all the noise too, and my mom's boyfriend met me at the steps at the same time the banging and screams had started. My mom's boyfriend had walked up to the back door asking what he wanted, and this is when things got weird. My stepdad had noticed that the man at the back porch was soaked in blood. The man claimed that he was being chased through the woods by people trying to kill him, and that he was shot. At this point, the guy was practically begging to come in so he could hide and use our phone. My stepdad had told him to back away from the door and to show him where he was shot, and this is where things got scary. The man then switched his story, and he told us that it wasn't blood. At this point, my heart sank, and my stepdad told me to grab the house phone and call the cops. As I was on the phone with the cops, my stepdad's sister had ran down the steps and gave her gun to my stepdad. At this point, it became a waiting game, as I was on the line with the police waiting for them to show up, and during this time, the man was still begging to be let in. He said there were several people with guns around our house looking for him. Hearing all of this, my stepdad had turned off all the lights in the house so that no one could see where we were and potentially shoot us just in case he was telling the truth. Eventually, the cops said they were nearby, so my stepdad had me look out the window that faced the direction of the road they'd come from, just so that I could let them know when they got there. As I was waiting anxiously for them to get here, I saw them, but they passed our house. This is where I genuinely felt afraid for my life, because we didn't know if the man was lying or if he was actually being truthful about the men after him outside. My stepdad had me open the door and go outside to wave them down. Luckily it worked, and the cops did finally get to our house. We were all still outside when the cops' car speakers demand the man to step off the porch and then get on the ground. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but as it turns out, the man had originally tried getting into our basement where my mom was before banging on the back door. We also got some updates from someone who lived nearby, and it turns out this guy lived close to us, and he was also an addict who lived with his family. The cops ended up dropping him off back at his house the same night, but still, none of this explains where the blood came from, and why was he lying about being injured getting into our house at 2 a.m? I'm from a small town in Mississippi. There was a new convenience store that had opened up. The sign was painted with vibrant colors, and it was very eye-catching. I drove by it pretty frequently. There was always maybe like 1 or 2 cars in the parking lot. It never appeared to be busy. One day I needed a pack of cigarettes, and I decided to stop there. There were no cars in the parking lot. I go inside and immediately get an uncomfortable feeling. There are 4 large men standing in a circle. There's 1 female as well. They all just stopped and stared at me. For context, I'm a small girl in my early 20s at the time. I also noticed the windows were very dark. There was very little actually stocked in the store. Mostly empty shelves with some chips. I got the feeling this was more of a front for something illegal than a legitimate business. The woman then asked if I needed anything. My first thought was to leave, but I was afraid they would chase me. I decided to play dumb. I said I needed a pack of Marlboro 100s. She then responded back with, "Let me see if we have a pack." There was no cigarette display like you would typically see. She started looking through shelves under the counter, bringing up boxes and looking through them. The 4 men are still staring and now getting closer. I told her if she didn't have any, it would be okay. She then pulled out a pack of Marlboro cigarettes covered in dust. She swiped the pack with her hand, then asking, "Are these okay?" "Yeah, sure," I said, just wanting to leave. I tried to pay with a debit card, and she said they didn't even have a card reader. I said that I was sorry, but that I didn't have any cash. I walk out, and I quickly realized that one of the men was now following me. I started to walk quicker, not wanting to run because I was trying to play dumb. I opened the door of my car to get in, and the guy grabs my door and asked if I had a lighter. I grabbed the lighter from my car, and I just told him he could keep it. The guy lets go of my door to grab the lighter, and I then closed the door and then immediately left. I peeled the hell out of there, and I never went back. Funny enough, I noticed the store was closed just a couple of months later. I really wonder what happened. This experience happened at my uncle's house back in 2001. A little backstory to give more clarity about my experiences. I grew up in San Francisco, and after I graduated high school, I decided to move to a small town where my dad's family lives. This town was 3 hours south of San Francisco and had a population of about 70,000. It was a nice change to the big city life I had 14 years prior. When I finally moved, I went over to my uncle's house and I asked if I could speak to him briefly. He said sure, and then motioned for us to move to the little table next to the kitchen to then sit down and talk. I asked him if I could live with him and my aunt for a while as I attended community college, adding that I didn't like living alone in a new town that I just moved to. He replied, "I think that'll be fine." I told him how thankful I was and that if he needed me to help out in any way around the house to let me know. I then left to get my things and in a few hours came back and I only brought with me what I needed. Clothes, my books, toothbrush, and some CDs. Almost immediately I felt a vibe that someone else was in the home, knowing that it was only my uncle and me at the time. It was a feeling of when you go to a friend's house for a party and there were people walking around. It wasn't necessarily a bad feeling, but it got my attention. One day I saw my uncle doing beadwork at the table and listening to a radio talk show. I asked if I could sit down with him and listen, to which he just said sure and asked me to come sit down. I told him that I wanted to tell him something I experienced when I moved into his house on the first day. And I also added that I really hoped he didn't think I was weird. He said, "Go ahead and tell me." I told him my feeling of there being a vibe of other people in the house when there was really only me and him home at the time when I moved in. He said, "You know, I'll tell you this. Of all the years I've lived here, I've had some experiences that I can't explain, and they didn't scare me much, but I noticed them." I replied, "Tell me one thing that happened." Well, one night I was watching the History Channel, and I was all by myself in the house. It was close to about 9 p.m. at night, and your aunt wasn't home yet from her late night shift at the hospital. I was in my recliner, and behind me in the kitchen, I had heard the drawers and cabinets. I went to turn on the kitchen lights, and a few of the drawers and cabinets were all opened all the way. "So I believe you. I don't think you're weird or anything," he told me. Well, a few months later, I had my own experience. When my experience happened, I was the only one in the home, as my uncle and my aunt were out for a while. My cousin Mary was away attending her first year at university, which is my uncle's daughter, so I was given her room by my uncle when I moved in. I was walking down the hallway leading to this room one night, and it was pitch black as it usually is. This being my uncle's house, it was far out in the country, and the last house on the block next to a field. There were also barely any streetlights to shine inward toward the home. I turned to the right down the hallway leading to my new room. Now, by this time, I have grown used to walking to the center of the room to pull the long string tied to the ceiling fan to turn on the light bulb. I was feeling around in the dark for the string, and then suddenly, I saw something darker than my pitch black room come toward me. When this thing came toward me, it started to push me out of the room, and I wasn't able to see out of my left eye, which was even stranger. Of course, initially I thought it was a person, but while pushing me, I just knew that it wasn't a human, because it didn't have the characteristics of what a human's arms and body feel like. What would be this thing's arms and hands felt much bigger, and where the fingers would be, I would compare it to something like paws, but without the nails and claws. And additionally, I felt this thing go right through me during the whole time it was pushing me. After the pushing stopped, I was finally able to see out of my left eye again. I then found myself completely outside of the bathroom. I just couldn't believe it. I was shocked, and I didn't understand what happened. When I look at how far I was pushed out of the room from where my ceiling fan was to where I found myself, it was a total distance of about 8 feet. Whenever I look back on this experience, it's still one of the strangest ones that I've ever had in my life. Hey everyone, apologies for the interruption, but I need to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Factor, for sponsoring today's episode. This bustling holiday season, you might be looking for nutritious, flavorful meals to fuel you on jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service, can help you eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. You'll save time and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle while tackling all your holiday to-dos. Treat yourself to high-quality, delicious meals over the holidays. Choose from 35+ chef-crafted meals every week that support a healthy lifestyle, as well as meet your meal preferences. Whether it's calorie smart, vegan and veggie, or protein plus, and more wholesome options, they've got something for everyone. Simply choose your holiday meals and enjoy fresh, flavorful packed meals delivered right to your door, ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess. Head to factormeals.com/cannibal50 and use code Cannibal50 to get 50% off. That's code Cannibal50 at factormeals.com/cannibal50 to get 50% off. I grew up in a small town in the UK, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and no one ever keeps secrets for very long. When I was 13, I had made friends with a girl who lived in a house directly behind mine, and we started hanging out after school. We didn't do much. When we weren't at one another's houses, we would just visit the local park or wander around the street talking about school drama. My friend smoked cigarettes, but I didn't, as we were underage and she would steal them from her dad, or she would pick up used ones off the ground. Yeah, she was gross for that. Anyways, in our street we had a neighbor who I'll call Margaret, fake name for privacy reasons. She was 60 at the time, and she was known as the stereotypical crazy cat lady. She lived alone, and many people in the town shunned her because she was very unhygienic and odd. She always smelled like cat urine, although her cats were well cared for, so I don't know why she smelled like that. Anyway, she used to hover around my friend and I. I'll call my friend Olivia. Olivia and I got the bus back from school, and we had to walk past Margaret's house to get to ours, as it was the quickest route. Margaret would stand at her garden gate and strike up a conversation with us on most days, which annoyed me because I wanted to get home, but Olivia always stood to chat. Sometimes when we were out wandering, she would try to talk to us then as well. She figured out that Olivia smoked. I don't know if she smelled it off of her or not, but Olivia admitted it when Margaret asked her about it. She told us to wait a second, then disappeared for a minute and came back holding 2 cigarettes. She went to hand one to me, but I refused. She then handed them both to Olivia and said, "More for you," and then grinned at Olivia. I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't want to show it because I could be a goody two-shoes when I was a teen, and Olivia was very much a rebel. Now, I'm not homophobic at all, but Margaret was gay, and looking back at her behavior towards us, I honestly wonder if she was up to something more sinister. This will make more sense as the story continues, but it's a classic grooming behavior to offer a kid cigarettes and to make them feel cool and special. Anyway, Olivia accepted the cigarettes, and she kept gushing at me as we walked away. She smoked them both at night. From that day forward, Margaret gave Olivia cigarettes every day after school. I told Olivia that I thought it was weird, but she said that it wasn't, and that Margaret was just cool because she was a hippie, and she told us that she smoked as a teenager too. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want Olivia getting in trouble. One weekend, it was the afternoon, and we were walking around our neighborhood again when we had passed Margaret's. She must have saw us from her living room window because she dashed into the garden and then beckoned us over. I felt annoyed because I hated being around her, but I had to follow Olivia. She gave Olivia another cigarette, only this time she handed her a lighter and told her to smoke it standing at the gate. I looked around, but no one was outside since it was winter and the sky was really cloudy. I thought that Margaret was being bold as hell for letting Olivia smoke right in front of her, but I didn't want to leave my friend, so my feet stayed firmly rooted. Margaret asked us what we were doing that day, and Olivia just told her we were probably heading into town to go shopping and maybe go back to hers until dinner time. She nodded, and then she suddenly invited us into her house for orange juice. I was taken aback, and I could tell Olivia was too, and we just looked at each other. Now, although Olivia was very rebellious, even she sensed something was kinda off about this. She told her no thanks and tried to keep her voice light, but I could tell she felt just as awkward as I did. "Come on, I have fresh Tropicana. It looks like the heavens are about to open. Come on in and have a drink," she said. I felt very uneasy, and I actually spoke up and told her no, whereas usually I let Olivia do the talking. I told her that Olivia and I had to go into town, and we didn't have much time left before our bus arrived, so we better get going. I then grabbed Olivia's hand, and we walked away. We didn't look behind us, and we walked in silence to the bus stop before turning to each other. I told her that Margaret was creepy as hell for asking us into her house, and Olivia agreed at first. Later that day, when we were in Olivia's room after coming back from shopping, she told me that maybe Margaret hadn't intended to be creepy. I looked at her if she had grown 2 heads, and she said that maybe since Margaret talks to us a lot, maybe she was lonely and just viewing us as her friends. I told her I disagreed, and that it was really weird that she was giving Olivia cigarettes and now inviting us in for orange juice. I told her that she could spike our drinks and kidnap us for all we know. She told me I was paranoid, but she did say I had a point. A few weeks later, I actually told a friend who was a few years older than me, but she echoed Olivia's sentiments and said that Margaret was probably just lonely and trying to be nice. I felt annoyed because something felt off about it, but I dropped it and I never talked about it again. Now, this incident takes place in early to mid-November at around 5 p.m. My curfew was 7 to 8 p.m., as was Olivia's, and it was dark by about 4 p.m. during the time of the year in the UK. Our neighborhood had these mossy steps, and if you walked up them, it was a shortcut to Olivia Street. And if you walked down, you got to my street, if that makes sense. The stairs could be sat on, and they had hedges and bushes. So although someone's house was at the left-hand side of the bushes, it still felt secluded. Anyway, we were sitting there playing music and messing around with sticks when Margaret appeared in front of us. She walked up the steps towards us, and Olivia and I moved as to make a gap in the middle for her to squeeze through to get past us. She was walking her dog, which was a golden lab. We patted him and said hello when she was walking past. She didn't hover around, which was unusual, but we didn't pay too much attention. About half an hour passed, and we were still sitting there. We were just talking when I told Olivia I felt like we were being watched. Olivia said it was just the darkness making me feel that way, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I don't know how much time passed, but we heard a shuffling noise, and both of us turned around. To our horror, we saw a purple mass emerging from the bushes at the side behind us, leading right into Olivia Street. It was Margaret. She had been wearing a purple jacket, and her gray hair was a dead giveaway too. The dog wasn't there, and it struck me that she must have walked that way to go home, and then walked back, but instead of climbing the stairs again, she must have walked through my street to get to the top of the stairs so we wouldn't see her. I hope explaining that makes sense. Both Olivia and I saw it, and Olivia then shouted, "Run!" And we did. We ran down the steps along the street, up the hill into my house. We were so freaked out and gasping for breath, but there was no sign of Margaret when we stopped and looked down the road. I told Olivia that Margaret was a creep and that she must have snuck back, and that she took a different route deliberately, all to spy on us. How long had she been there? Why was she spying on us? It was all just so fucking creepy. We vowed to not tell anyone about it because we were really scared that our parents would go to Margaret's door and let her have it, especially our moms who are typical mama bears. Olivia came into my house and I walked her halfway to her house when she then went home later that night and then sprinted right back to mine, terrified that Margaret would be lurking in the shadows watching us. After this incident, we planned to walk a different way home from school, and we avoided her house like the plague. We didn't see her again for a few weeks, and when we finally did, she ignored us. Olivia and I eventually stopped being friends because we were just very different people, and Olivia became very toxic as she got older, so I can't talk to her about this as an adult. Whenever I look back, I really believe Margaret was up to something bad. It's highly inappropriate for an adult to give a kid cigarettes, and inviting us into her house for orange juice in the winter just feels really off to me. As a naive teenager, I thought she could try to kidnap us by inviting us in, but I now think that she could have tried to assault us. I know Margaret sounds like a bad stereotype, but this really was how she was. I also want to make it clear that I don't think Margaret was a predator because of her sexuality. I think she was a creep because of her behavior and how she targeted us, especially Olivia, because she viewed us as ideal targets for whatever twisted reasons. I don't know what she was planning as she spied on us that night, or what would have happened if we hadn't noticed. It freaks me out thinking she was moving, and if she hadn't made any noise, she could have done something. The fact that she took her dog all the way home and then headed back, and then deliberately took a different route to be behind us without us knowing, it just really freaks me out. I'm just glad she left us alone after that. I guess she thought that we weren't worth pursuing, or something spooked her. I no longer live in this area, but I have heard she's still alive. I just pray she never does this to other teenagers, and part of me also hopes that this was all just a giant misunderstanding, and that she really was just lonely. But something tells me that that just wasn't the case. My story is something that most folks in my area refuse to believe. I have close friends and family who don't think I'm truthful of the situation, and they think I'm making up a rumor. But everything I've experienced is real. Around the spring of 2017, I had experienced something that I really hope no one will ever have to go through. I live on the North Shore of Louisiana in a country town. Me and my friends are your standard country boys who like to fish, hunt, and chase girls. My friend Tyler and I were fishing on what I thought was private property. We had been out for maybe about an hour until we were interrupted by a man.
"What are you boys doing? Fishing?"
"Yes, sir," Tyler said. "Yeah, we've never casted out around this area before, and we seem to be pretty successful." This man was very friendly, and he showed us some tips and tricks to catching.
"You boys are really catching on and learning fast. What do you do for work?"
the man asked. We explained to the gentleman that Tyler worked at a local grocery store and that I worked at a car wash. The man laughed and said,
"Well, y'all probably don't make any money doing that, do ya?"
We can tell he was just messing with us and being playful, so we took it as a joke. Then he began to tell us that we can make a ton of money selling insurance. We weren't really interested, but he went on and on about selling insurance. I'm not sure at what part of the conversation we introduced ourselves, but he told us people around here just called him Uncle Sid. He asked us if we were thirsty, and we both said yeah. So he told us he was going to run to his house and grab us a couple of Cokes. Well, after he was gone, Tyler and I must have been thinking the same thing, because we both decided it would be a good time to leave. Uncle Sid was nice, but he was quite the talker, and we really just wanted to fish. That night I came home and my older brother was watching TV. I told him about Tyler and I's encounter while fishing, and my brother told me he actually knew Uncle Sid. He said that he's a really good man and does a lot for the town we live in. He also mentioned that Uncle Sid has a great house. My brother didn't really go on for too long about it, and I headed up for bed. The next day, I was headed to the same spot to catch some fish. Tyler wasn't with me, and I thought some time with myself in the water wouldn't hurt. After being in my spot for a while, I had little to no luck with fish, and it started to pour down raining. I was walking through the street when a truck stopped near me. It was Uncle Sid.
"Hey man, I guess you didn't like the Coke."
He laughed. I told him we were sorry for bailing on him yesterday, but that my mom called and needed us home after he left. Uncle Sid offered me a ride home, and I trusted him since my brother told me he was such a good guy. On the ride home, he asked if I had been considering the insurance adjustment job. I told him that it sounded like a great gig, but that I was in school for business. He then laughed and said,
"That's stupid. You don't need school to start a business."
It kind of offended me since he had no idea what my life plan was, but I was just thankful to be out of the rain. He told me he was going to run into the local Dollar General, and he told me to wait in his truck until he got back. He asked if I wanted anything, and I politely declined. When he returned, he had surprised me with a Coke and a Slim Jim. I was honestly very happy with this pleasant surprise. He dropped me off and we sat in his car talking, since he was now going on about how he would like to someday go to Costa Rica. I started to become annoyed, and I then interrupted him. "Man, I have to get home. Thanks for the ride." I felt bad after doing that, since he had just given me a ride and got me a snack, but I was really in a rush to get out of the vehicle. Uncle Sid was oddly pushy, but also overly nice, but kind of an asshole at the same time. The next day I had slept in, and I was off of work. It was a Thursday, so both of my parents and my brother were at work, so I was home alone. I got up to make some coffee, and had been sitting at the family dining room table, when I saw what I thought was a figure at the dining room window. When I then looked at it, it was gone. I thought nothing of it as I went to let the dog out, but I noticed Uncle Sid was now in my backyard. I stepped out and I asked what he was doing. He told me he had been trying to knock on my door for about an hour, but no one would answer. He said that the power was out at his place, and he needed to know if he could use my dad's generator. He mentioned my dad by name, and he said that they were actually really good friends. I wanted to be cool and let him use it, even though it was weird that he never mentioned knowing my dad until now. I let him go with it, but I called my dad afterwards to confirm that he was letting this guy use his generator. When I called my dad, he told me he had no idea who Uncle Sid was, and that he better get the hell out of our yard. I went out to stop the man, but he was gone. The generator was also still in our shed. It was almost like I had dreamt what just happened. I was extremely freaked out and had no idea if he was still on our property or not. I called Tyler and I told him what just happened, but he said that I was probably just tired and wasn't remembering what happened correctly. Tyler said that he ran into Uncle Sid at work and that he had offered to take him to see the Saints play when football season came back. I told him not to do that and that this man was very strange. He just ignored what I said and continued to tell me that Uncle Sid was a good guy. I got extremely tired of hearing just how great of a man this guy was. He was really weird and he seemed to have no life. A few days later, I found a letter in my mailbox. I opened it to read.
"Hey dude, I hope you're not mad at me. You and your buddy can come fish anytime you want, and I'll take you to see the Saints when football season's back."
I was really creeped out. Why did this guy leave me a letter? Does he not have anything better to do? I showed Tyler the note a few nights later, and he told me some bullshit like Uncle Sid was just lonely. But I just really think he didn't believe me. I think Tyler thought that I wrote the note myself. My brother Tyler and my parents all thought I was making up a bogus story about an innocent man for attention, and that really bothered me. I hadn't seen Uncle Sid for a few months at this point. I guess he finally got the idea that I wasn't some naive kid that he could take advantage of. That was the end of Sid, until sometime that summer. I received a package in the mail with no return address that had a book on insurance adjustment inside. I figured that it only came from one place. I just left it on my nightstand for a few days, and I planned to throw it in the trash or just take it to Goodwill. But I opened it up, and a picture fell out of it. It was a photo of a young girl who must have been about 11 years old. On the back of the photo, it said, Peyton 2010. This gave me chills to my core. I decided it was finally time to confront this guy, but I wanted to do it on Facebook to avoid any physical confrontation. This guy could have been dangerous. I spent hours trying to hunt him down on any form of social media, but I couldn't find a thing, and I eventually just gave up. This was the end of Uncle Sid reaching out to me, but not my last encounter. I went back to fish one day in that spot near his home almost a year later. On my way there, I had passed the fence near his house, and I heard a man crying. I peeked through the fence to see him crying near a big picture of a young girl standing on a table. It looked just like the girl in the picture that he had left in the insurance book. I could hear him cry, "Your scent, your touch, your lips." And that was all I could make out. I left the scene completely disgusted and disturbed. What the hell led to Uncle Sid being such a lonely and tormented small-town man? Who was the girl? What was his obsession with her? I've always wondered who she could be. I was about 25 years old when this all happened. I had met someone on the Whisper app and started texting with him back and forth. We got to know each other, and he told me that his name was Denny. He was 26 and from Alabama. He had just moved to my state a few weeks prior, living with a friend he met on PlayStation just 45 minutes to an hour north of me. After about a week of chatting and him pushing me to meet in person, I agreed. I told him where I was working and that we could get a quick lunch. I did this so our first meeting would be brief and I would have a reason to leave if anything went wrong. But I stupidly got in his truck and we went to Panera. The meeting went okay, and he did get me back to work on time. We shared a quick kiss and went on with our days. He had a very thick southern accent. At first, it was really attractive and cute, but by the end of all this, his accent bugged the hell out of me. He would always ask, "Why? Why?" That's what he sounded like. Think about the video of the southern preacher saying "why." I found that he really wasn't that bright, and honestly, we didn't really have a lot in common, but I still continued to talk to him, mainly because I kind of felt bad for the guy. For an example of how much of an idiot this guy truly was, we were walking out of a restaurant going back to our cars, and Denny just walked straight off the curb, not looking for traffic at all, and almost got hit by a car going by. If I hadn't have been paying attention, I wouldn't have been able to pull him out of the way quick enough. Hell, looking back, I should have just let him get hit. Anyways, we went on a couple of dates here and there, texted and talked on the phone, and yes, we even slept together. But I found myself losing interest after 2 months. We really had nothing in common, and the sex was mediocre at best. I told him in person that I didn't want to see him anymore because I didn't see this going anywhere. Well, that's when he lost it. He cried, and he said that he loved me, and just to give him more time, that I would start to love him too. I stood firm in what I said, and I broke it off with Denny. Over the next few days, he would text and call nonstop. He would send me songs and videos, and he tried very hard to get me to talk to him, until one day I got a message that said, "Hey, I saw you getting gas the other day. I started to work at the gas station across the street from your work. You were so beautiful out there pumping gas with your hair blowing in the breeze." Wait, what the fuck? Did this guy really get a job an hour away from where he lived to just run into me? Yeah, he sure did. Not to mention, this gas station is only 3 miles from my home. After seeing that text, I avoided that place like it was the plague. Of course, he knew I worked just across the street at the diner and would come there for lunch nearly every day. I would see him coming in and then dart as quickly as I could to the back room. I'd peek my head out just to see that he was looking straight back at me. He'd smile and wave. No matter how much I ignored him, he still came in day after day. One day he came in for lunch and he had this look on his face, a creepy smile like he had a secret. I had to go out and clean tables that day, and when I got close to his table, he said,
"Oh, you always smell so good with that perfume. I miss that smell."
I just said, "Thanks, it covers up the onion smell quite well." I start to turn and walk away when he then grabs my wrist and tells me,
"Drive home safe tonight."
Okay, what a damn creeper. Well, I figured out why he said that, because on my way home after I had work, I had a tire blowout. I called my dad to help me, and when we got the tire off, we then found 3 very long screws in my back tire, all in a perfect little triangle shape. My dad looked at it and then said, "It looks like someone put screws behind your tire. You didn't just pick these up randomly on the road." Oh, well, that's just great. I knew exactly who did it, and he sabotaged my tire, the prick. Later that night, my phone dings, and it's from Denny.
"I'm glad your dad was able to give you a hand tonight. A beautiful woman like you shouldn't have to change a tire."
I started to shake. I was scared. I was angry. I was so frustrated with this guy. He had watched us change my tire, and I didn't even notice him anywhere. I finally blocked the number, quit my job, and found another in a nearby city. That was the last I heard from him for months. Until one day when I was waiting at the bus stop for my daughter to get off the bus. The bus pulls up, and I look up to the window, and who do I fucking see? No one other than Denny. He smiled this sick sly smile, and he told my daughter to have a good rest of her day as she stepped off the bus. I know I had forgotten to breathe during this because I finally gasped as the bus pulled away. I asked her if the older guy on the bus was training, and she said he was a bus monitor, and he made her assigned seat right across from him. I felt sick. That was the last straw. This stalker bitch now had a school bus job and was now talking to my daughter. I made some phone calls and listed some complaints to the bus and school, and I got him fired after a couple of weeks. Denny had followed me everywhere. He worked close to me, fucked with my car, found my daughter's school and bus number, and had moved to my town. We only knew each other for 2 months, and this weirdo became totally obsessed. After I got him fired, I never heard from him again. Later on, when I looked him up, I found out that he had moved back to Alabama. Good riddance. There are some really insane people in the world. Be careful who you let into your life. I was in my morning study hall when I received a string of texts from my friend Jace. A guy named Ethan approached him after asking about me. Or his words, Jace's pretty brunette friend. He asked Jace to put in a good word for him and for my Snapchat. Jace refused and informed me the guy was a huge creep. I figured it would go away on its own. It didn't. The exact same thing happened the next day, only Ethan approached a different guy from our group. By the end of the week, he'd gone through every guy in my friend group. Every single one refused. All of this effort, and he ended up adding me by search. I was curious to see what this jerk looked like, so I added him back. Barely a second after, he sent me a snap. It was a picture of him. He was ghostly pale with an explosion of freckles across his cheeks. I glanced down at the text below, and instantly my blood ran cold. Typed across the screen was, "I've been watching you for years. I always thought you were pretty." I had no idea how to respond, so I didn't. It was silent for the rest of the week until the weekend. He snapped me again while I was in line for snacks at their school's homecoming game. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. It was a picture of a bustling crowd. That's when I recognized the snack booth sign hanging above them and the back of my head. I whipped my head around scanning my surroundings, but Ethan was nowhere to be seen. The taste of the popcorn I'd eaten earlier crawled up my throat. I ran into Jace to tell him I was leaving, but he could tell something was off. With shaky breaths, I told him everything. He offered to stay the night since my parents were away, which I accepted. I slept in my room and he slept across the hall. Despite Jace there, I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard it. Thump. Alarm bells were blaring in my mind. Too scared to move, I laid in silence. Thump. It happened again. I couldn't make out what it was. Was it a tree branch? There's a tree directly next to my window. Or did I leave the window open? I exhaled, letting out the breath I didn't know I was holding. All I could hear was white noise ringing in my ears. I slowly opened my eyes to peer across the room, only to be blinded by a white flash of light. "Oh shit," someone mumbled. I shot up in my bed, yanking my lamp on. It was Ethan. Ethan was in my room, and he was holding his phone in front of me. He was taking pictures of me. I screamed for Jace. Ethan dove for the window as I heard fast footsteps approaching. Ethan was halfway out the window by the time Jace got there. Jace dove after the intruder, screaming a number of profanities, but he was slipping out of reach. Realizing where Ethan was headed, Jace sprinted out of the bedroom and left the front door. I scrambled towards the window closest to the street to get a better look. Ethan was quick and was almost at his car, but Jace was faster. He caught up, knocking Ethan right over. Jace threw a few punches, but Ethan managed to escape to his car, which then peeled out down the street. I called my parents, who were furious, and insisted on taking this to his school's principal the following morning. But Ethan never showed up that day, or the next, or even the rest of the week. It wasn't until later that I found out he left the school and moved somewhere else. I never saw him again after that, and hopefully, I never will. I'm a French 20-year-old female. I'm doing a short contract in a company away from home, so I'm currently lodged in a dorm, and until a few weeks ago, I didn't know anyone at work or in the city I live in. I'd met a guy on a dating app, and I quickly realized we were working at the same place. I had felt really comfortable with that fact. We had colleagues in common, and he couldn't behave badly because we literally knew each other's positions at work. So if something bad did happen to me in his company, I knew I would be able to report him. So I went on a date with him, and that was one of the best decisions I took so far, because he's adorable, respectful, funny, interesting, and devilishly handsome. Plus, he introduced me to his friends, and he integrated me in the group during a time where I was feeling really lonely because I was all alone in a place full of strangers. As opposed to what I said in the title, he's not currently my boyfriend. We're in a sort of situationship. All his friends literally know there's something between us. We hang out in public all the time, sometimes hold hands, and sleep together. But there's nothing official, and that's fine with me. That's not the point of the story, but just some context. Here's the thing. Sometimes I noticed that he was staring at his phone with a worried and even angry look. I didn't ask any questions because, well, that's his own business, but I couldn't help but wonder why. The other day we went to a party, and I stayed at his house for the night. The day after, we woke up late, and we also had some food and then took a nap. When I woke up, he was staring at his phone again, and then told me all of a sudden that he had big issues these days, because apparently a girl was harassing and stalking him. I was honestly too shocked to even say anything. He went on about how she would call him like 30 times in a row if he dared not to answer her messages, and that she was throwing tantrums all the time, as well as threatening him of paying him a sudden visit at home. The worst happened a few days ago. She managed to enter our company building in order to see him. Let me just mention one thing. We need badges to pass the doors, and visitors have to pass a security control with guards, as well as come up with a solid reason to enter the building. Spoiler alert. When I woke up, he had just received a message from her saying she would be there in 30 minutes. I immediately understood that it wasn't safe for me to stay, because if she was stalking him because she liked him, she would be furious if she saw another girl in his house. He thought exactly the same, and he brought me home after because he wasn't sure if she was going to actually show up or not. But he wasn't ready to take any risk because according to him, she was mad enough to do some really wicked things. And that was the case. He texted me in the evening and he told me she went insane and locked up in his room with a knife. Then she threatened to kill herself. He was forced to call the police and they brought her to the nearest hospital. She's gonna be sent to a psychiatric unit. This event really shook me off, even if I wasn't there. If she had seen me, I honestly think she would have stabbed me or killed herself. My friend could have been accused of hurting her or worse, or she could have hurt him. I also wonder if it was a coincidence that she decided to show up on that day. Maybe she knew about me and knew I would be there. Maybe she had seen us go grab food outside because she was already in the surroundings. But I doubt that she knew about me because she surely would have taken care of me when I was alone. Also, I did leave out one part that I'm going to mention here. He had met her on the dating app too, around 1 month before he met me. They flirted a bit, but nothing really happened, and she became totally obsessive when he expressed he wanted to stop flirting and cut ties with her. Hence the fact that she would have totally lost it had she actually seen him with another girl. The story takes place in January of 2023. For context, I was a 23-year-old woman at the time. At this time, winter break had just come to an end, meaning I would have to make the 2-hour drive back to college. Furthermore, I was driving from the Chicago suburbs to a more rural area. When I left on my trip, the sun was just beginning to set. The first hour of my trip went by with ease. But then I got a warning on my car. It said, engine overheating. Now, I really don't know jack shit about cars. However, I know enough to know that this wasn't good. So I drove a little further to look for an exit. I ended up at a pretty busy gas station that was well lit. I waited about 30 minutes in hopes that my car would just cool down and be fine. During this time, I tried restarting my car, but with no luck. I also noticed some smoke coming from my engine, and I knew this wasn't good either. While unsure of what to do, I called my dad. He mentioned that I should call for a tow truck. However, I was determined to get back. At this point, I was only about 45 minutes away from my destination, which was a dumb idea. Despite this, I tried to start up the car again, and sure enough, it turned over. So I got back on the road. I made it a couple of miles on the highway. Suddenly the same warning popped up, and a sinking feeling filled my body. I pulled over at the next exit to a 24-hour Casey's gas station. But this gas station was in a spooky location. To paint a picture of the scene, it was located in Bumblefuck, Illinois, meaning there was nothing there but cornfields. These cornfields were extra daunting because they were a dark abyss. There were no streetlights, house lights, or really anything to illuminate the surrounding area. The only light was the dimly lit gas station. Now, this kind of freaked me the hell out, because if something was lurking in the dark, I really wouldn't have been able to see it coming. Anyway, I got a couple of snacks from the gas station, locked myself in the car, and called AAA for a tow. During this time, I sat in my car waiting and being hyper vigilant of all of my surroundings. I take note of each car that drives up to the gas station. Also, I look at each person entering and leaving the gas station too. I make it known that I'm paying attention. Anyway, I noticed this silver sedan pulled to the right of me. I noticed a tall man in one of the neon green industrial safety vests. He went into the gas station and had exited. Following this, he just drove away. About 20 minutes later, out of the corner of my eye, I then saw someone approaching my window. I see a man in a neon green industrial safety vest. At first, my brain had just assumed it was the tow truck driver due to the safety vest, so I rolled down my window. As I did this, it had registered that I had seen this same man earlier. With my window open to crack, he just says, "Hey, I just wanted to say I saw you and you're cute as fuck." Without saying anything back, I just rolled up my window. I just felt that something wasn't right. Why would this guy go up to the gas station, leave, and then return 20 minutes later? And he seemingly came back just to approach me. I had a sinking feeling in my gut that something wasn't right, so I called my dad. He recommended that I call the non-emergency line for the police. I was really hesitant at first because I didn't want to waste their time, but he urged me to do so I did. They showed up and they waited for my tow to show up. I know this isn't the creepiest of stories, but it was suspicious and unsettling at the very least. I mean, given the fact that I was a petite woman all alone late at night surrounded by nothing but dark fields, I have no way of knowing whether he had more nefarious intentions. But I'm very thankful I trusted my gut and remained cautious. I say that to say, ladies, always be aware of your surroundings. It's important to take note of your surroundings at all times. The truth of the matter is that there are very scary people with dark intentions in this world. And to the guys out there, please consider where you approach women. If she's alone at night or in a parking lot, it's probably not a good idea. It may come off as creepy, and you might find yourself featured as the main character of someone else's scary story. So think about it. I'm a female, and back in January of 2022, just a couple of months before I turned 20, I used to live in a weird part of town. I live in a pretty safe country. However, there was a homeless shelter nearby. But for the most part, the most that would happen is that a couple of the homeless crackheads would ask for cigarettes or yell racial slurs at me. Luckily, I no longer live there anymore. Anyways, one night I decided to go to the gym. I had just finished a paper for an exam I had for my sophomore year of college, and I had turned it in, and I really wanted to get out of the house for a bit. So I packed my gym stuff and made my way out the door. For reference, I lived about a 15-minute walk away from the gym. I would have to walk down my street, and then I had three options. I could either go down the road to walk past the homeless shelter, go down a dark path with a bunch of trees, or down a road which led to the train station. All of these would take me to the gym in pretty much the same amount of time. Anyways, as I left my house, I saw a man stumbling up ahead. He decided to sit down next to the bus stop on a bench. I immediately got a bad vibe from him and decided I would walk around him and give him a wide berth just in case. He was probably just drunk and needed to sit down, but I still wanted to be safe. Sure enough, as I walked around him, he gets up and he starts to walk behind me after I passed him. Fuck, I thought. This guy was probably going to follow me now. I decided to speed up and I periodically looked to my left so that way I could see him from my peripheral without him suspecting that I was on to him. As I'm approaching the end of the street where I have to decide what way I want to go, I hear a sound from him. I turn around and I then see he's got a fucking knife. I start picking up the pace and I decide to go across the street and go down the road that would take me to the train station. It was the most well lit, and I no way in hell was going to go down the other paths. I started running when I crossed the street, and sure enough, he starts running too. But thank God 2 cars came from down the road I just got on, and they both stopped near me because of a red light. I crossed the street again to get to the more well lit part of the street, and when I turned around, the man had stopped running, but he was now giving me the most evil fucking stare ever. He dead-assed then stomped his foot right on the ground, and he then sat on the sidewalk like he just lost a game or something. I ran the rest of the way to the gym, and I ended up calling my mom. She sent me some money for a cab, and I ended up just taking a cab to get back to my apartment after the gym. Moral of the story, listen to your gut, and please, no matter what country you live in, especially as a girl, don't go to places alone at night if you really don't have to. It's just not worth it, and I was really dumb for going out in the first place. I'm now a lot more picky whenever I choose to go outside, even though I do live in a safer area now. In the winter of 2015, I'd started dating a guy who we'll call Austin. I knew very little about him besides that he only had one serious relationship, and as cliche as it sounded at the time, he kept telling me that she was crazy. Now, usually this means that the person calling the other ex-partner crazy is the real crazy one. So I decided to tread lightly, but still decided to enjoy my new relationship, as I only had one serious relationship prior as well, and in general just enjoyed the company. At the time I got into our relationship, I got a friend request on Facebook from a girl. Let's call her Ashley. I didn't think much of it as she lived in the same town as me and had plenty of mutuals, so I added her back. In the next coming days, I would get multiple messages from her stating how she was Austin's ex and that he had been really abusive towards her physically and mentally, and had sent me screenshots of a local court case pending because of his abuse. It was at this time I started feeling uneasy in my relationship. And when I brought my concerns to Austin, he had explained to me that Ashley had done this same exact thing in the past to her ex, and that her ex had even reached out to him to warn him as well in the same manner, and that if I had doubts in believing him, he was willing to even go as far as to invite me along to witness the court case that she had mentioned. Due to the stress, all of this information caused me to break up with Austin the day before the court case. As someone with a strong sense of justice, I just felt guilty because I felt like I was siding with a possible abuser or narcissist, and I could have been easily manipulated. Out of curiosity and to ease my own mind on what was happening in my relationship, I decided to still go to the courthouse to witness the case proceedings. Ashley didn't even show up to court, and after 3 different court dates, which I showed up for all, she never showed up, and the case was eventually dropped. We ended up getting back together a few days later and resumed the relationship now that I felt that he may have been telling the truth. Unfortunately, he was right. About a month or 2 later, I got an Instagram notification really late at night from his ex. At the time, I didn't know her handle, so I went to the page that followed me to follow them back, and I was horrified to discover that it was my boyfriend's ex and that she had dyed her hair blonde to my hair color, and that she had started dressing surprisingly similar to me as well, which was a stark contrast to her style before. I showed Austin this, and he had reiterated that he had told me how Ashley was crazy, and this is why he broke up with her, but secretly he was really relieved that I finally believed him. From there, it was a constant that she would online stalk, harass, and use psychological abuse tactics to get me to show any sign of a reaction towards her. Over the next few months, I blocked many different fake accounts that would send me random messages that were almost always leaning towards negative comments about my body, intelligence, or my facial features, as I have native features and many perceive this as manly features. Eventually, to feel some sense of control over the situation, I had made a fake Instagram account to keep an eye on Ashley, and for me to keep a record of her using the same poses, expressions, and clothing as me, even though I made all of my accounts private, which means that she still somehow had access to my content, and many people actually said that I was overthinking it at first. That is, until multiple photos Ashley had posted really reflected ones I posted just days before she did. And when putting some of the photos side by side, they looked almost eerily identical. She even went as far as to get the same piercings as me, and any piercing I got after that, she got as well. To top it all off, Ashley got a dog of the same breed as my friend's dog because she believed the dog was mine. And shortly after figuring out that the dog wasn't mine, by only tagging the owner in the pictures of the dog I posted, she got rid of the dog. And because up until this point, all of her stalking was online, I was pretty convinced her actions were out of jealousy that I was dating Austin, and she would eventually get tired of messing with me and move on to another fixation. And I tried to show no reaction, even though it took a toll on my mental health. Things were quiet for a couple of months, until one day Austin was away on a trip but due back the next day. I had heard someone come into my apartment around 9 a.m. and then put their keys down on a table, which made me wake up because I was so tired, and I decided it was safe to say it was probably my boyfriend, and he would understand me sleeping in. I then heard the person shuffle down the hallway and then come into the bedroom, and I then heard them turn on the light, but because I was tired, I immediately threw the blanket right over to cover my face, and then I just said, "You're home early." The response I got back was, before they went into my bathroom and then closed the door. Sometime after that, I woke up again to someone leaving the apartment, and as they were locking my front door, this had fully caught my attention. From there, I saw every room in my house was gone through. My dresser drawers were open, my dirty laundry was missing, my jewelry was rummaged through, and some pieces were taken, including an emerald ring my mom had given me 10 years prior for my birthday. At this point, I knew that it had to be Ashley because nothing worth money was missing from the apartment. All of these suspicions were confirmed when I logged into my Insta, and she was wearing my ring, which was on the same finger I would wear it on, by the way. And she was even wearing my clothes not even a day after the incident occurred. I ended up making a police report, but after talking with her, the police had told me that she had got these things from a friend and that they couldn't really do anything further until talking with her friend, and I never heard back from the police. For a while, the stalking really seemed to end, until one night my boyfriend got a call from his job that his now ex is now his manager, and she had told them that after being hired how abusive my boyfriend was. This particular situation made me realize that she had applied there intentionally, and after a while of nitpicking his work, had gotten him fired for supposedly missing money from his till. But I can't in full faith believe that he would have done that. And after 4 long years of being stalked, harassed, and backed into a corner, I broke up with my boyfriend. But it sadly didn't even stop there. People that I was friends with online would message me and tell me they were happy to finally meet me and almost didn't recognize me. But talking with them further, I realized Ashley was not correcting people when they would refer to her by my name and talk about herself as if she was me, even talking about Austin as if they had just dated. In the end, I decided to legally change my name to try and end this crazy cycle of anxiety and frustration. Shortly after, she started publicly wanting to go by a new name similar to the one I changed mine to. I then drop a letter in my 3-letter name and then say my name backwards, and that is what she's going by now. So unfortunately, 7 years after making the mistake of dating this guy, I still feel the lingering effects of the crazy ex he had aforementioned. And even though I'm sure she's moved on to another victim, for many years she took my hobby, style, name, clothes, identity, as well as the cheap sterling silver ring my mother gave me that was worth nothing to anyone but me. This did teach me one lesson though: to authentically be myself, because no one can replicate you. She may have tried to parallel my life, but she will never experience it like I do. So even after the torment, I still feel that I won. To Ashley, you crazy bitch, I hope to never encounter you again for as long as I live. The week before Thanksgiving can really be hectic for nearly everyone. It's easy to lose focus on your safety and surroundings with all the stress and lists floating through my head for what I needed to buy and things that I needed to do. I make it my strict policy if I visit the ATM at a bank or grocery shop or to get gas to get it done in the daylight, and I'll always go with my sister with whom I live with. We have a Kroger grocery store as well as others conveniently super close to our house. Now, I'm a 5'5" female, and my sister's only 4'11" tall. But we have good security habits and really watch where we park and make it close by. We always keep an eye on crime in our area with an app for that, and we watch we're not followed routinely, and that's nothing new. We had to help our elderly neighbor out, so we found ourselves uncharacteristically shopping after dark with the recent time change. We remind each other to keep our guard up as we parked by the door pretty closely. We noticed hardly anyone had ventured out because of a sudden change of weather that made it cold and half raining. We darted into the vast store, and my sister was buying anything either of us needed, while my basket was just for our neighbor. She needed a lot, so we both began at the first aisle and skipped none of them. We know the store, and we fairly quickly struck many items off her list and ours, and we moved on fairly efficiently. I had noted an unusually tall black man with super long dreadlocks who had entered after my sister had first picked up the basket, and who was behind us had now passed us up. We then rounded the second aisle. Now he comes straight at me, eyes locked into mine. I figured since he had no basket and he just wanted to grab a few quick items that he was looking for, but his eyes lingered on mine, and I sort of acknowledged his presence and just continued shopping. He then disappeared around another corner, and I kept filling up the basket. My sister was only a few seconds behind my moves, as she hadn't seen him yet. As I rounded the corner, he had circled back, as if to say, "Hey, where'd you go?" He then saw that we were right there rounding the next corner. Now, Super Kroger's are huge with a deli and bakery, as well as produce and pharmacy and pretty much everything. He didn't miss one aisle. I know this because we didn't. When I got into the last one, I had veered into produce for lettuce and tomatoes on my neighbor's list, and I saw him move to the front of the store. Suddenly I saw two other men were with him, and like him, had been there separated from him, but were all together and now rejoined him. I then concentrated on the last of our list, and I then bet that he'd moved through self-checkout. I wanted to have the one lone older woman check us out because it's just a real pain to self-check out with a stuffed basket. Both of ours were full. We then carefully scanned as we moved toward the exit, and the three men were clearly gone. I then worried that I may see them outside. Luckily, we didn't. We quickly moved to the spot that I knew I parked at, and threw all of hers into the trunk and ours in the back seat, hurrying and watching, and all was well. We then locked up and sped away, both knowing that we dodged a bullet because he was clearly honest the whole time, literally, as well as his two friends. Now, we wear our purses crossbody routinely and under the coat in the winter, so it wasn't so easy to just swipe either of our purses. We knew exactly where we'd parked, so never hesitated getting to our car, and we were together, and we're both concealed carry holders as well, so I was really glad about that. I won't let that time change sneak up on me again. But what are people to do? I mean, it gets dark here at 5 p.m. nightly, and it's hard just to get home and out to a store, and it's black dark. I really think that he thought the many times he backtracked to bump into us was really meant to scare us or intimidate us, because anyone would have realized he was following us around. But we always kept our cool and looked him right in his eyes every time we encountered him. So be safe out there. And always remember to pleasantly acknowledge a person's presence, just so they know you realize you know what they look like. Like the police mascot, the crime dog, used to say, "Don't be scared, be prepared." Well, we try to prepare with our game plan of action and our concealed carry, and the resulting confidence can alone prevent you from being a victim. Think about it, and stay safe, everyone. My name is Nicole, and the story happened when I was 20 years old back in 2017. My first job was working at a bagels company that some may know. I personally don't care if I'm allowed to say the name or not, but fuck it. It was Bruegger's Bagels. It was one of the busiest locations in the state, as it was right across the street from my hometown university. It had its good days, and it also had its bad days where there were entitled folks, snobby rich students, and the most interesting of characters. From a white middle-aged man being very obvious and taking pictures and videos of female customers, another white middle-aged man loudly talking about his attraction to young women as young as 16, which is very wrong and extremely disgusting. Then there was one very interesting character, however, who I named Dark Roast Guy, since that is all he literally gets every time I saw him. He was a tall, skinny white man who wore the same outfit. A bucket hat, sunglasses that he never took off, a white beige shirt with brown beige shorts, and hiking boots. On the weekdays, I took the closing shifts, which would run from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. During this time, I would be tidying up the lobby and prep meals for the next days, aside from helping customers, that is. Despite how busy the afternoon shift can get, my manager always had two closers. One is often the person who handles the end of the day count, which is very often the shift leader. Then there would be someone like me who just handles the customers and the to-dos for the next day. On this particular day, my first encounter with Dark Roast Guy was creepy. My shift leader Eric was handling the coffee station while I was handling the food station. Eric is a really nice guy, and he rose up quickly to become a shift leader after I taught him everything I know. We joked around a lot, and we always got our shit done in time. So this was just like any other day. Dark Roast Guy entered and ordered his usual. I was tending to a customer, and I saw in the corner of my eye that Dark Roast Guy was not looking away from me. At first, I shrugged it off because I figured he was just looking at the menu. Remember, he never took off his sunglasses. After I brought the customer their food, I rang them up at the register. Dark Roast Guy never looked away from me. I stared at him, questioning if he was already rang up, which he quietly nodded. Okay. I walked to the back of the kitchen and I began prepping the vegetables. After that, I told Eric I was going to sweep the lobby and tidy up. As I was doing so, I noticed Dark Roast Guy was sitting at one of the table booths that were near the second exit reading a newspaper. No biggie. I returned to my cleaning, but still I felt him staring at me. I casually turned to make it look like I was checking if all the tables were wiped down. Now, you know how on TV you see a man reading a newspaper by holding the newspaper up as they then turn the next page by making that loud shifting sound? Well, I shit you not, Dark Roast Guy was being extremely obvious that he was looking at me, because his head stood out on the side, and when I pretended to be checking the tables like I mentioned before, his head quickly returned to the newspaper, and he made the newspaper sound to make it look like he was flipping the next page. I couldn't leave the lobby with half of my work done, so I powered through the lobby as quickly as possible, and I returned to the front of the store where Eric was now helping a customer. After he was finished, I took him to the back, and I had voiced my concern about Dark Roast Guy. Honestly, I thought Eric would have dismissed me, but instead, he had me stay at the back to work on the dishes while he handled the front. Eric walked to the lobby to take out the trash, and he noticed that Dark Roast Guy moved the booth seat across from his table to get an opening view of who he assumed was me. But once he saw it was Eric bending over to take the trash, Dark Roast Guy pushed the booth back in its original place. Our shift wrapped up at about 5, and Dark Roast Guy left a while back. Trust me, this was not the last time I or any of my former female coworkers dealt with Dark Roast Guy. Over the course of about 2 years, we dealt with his very obvious creepy antics. Many of my former male coworkers knew, and they made sure they were the ones to help serve Dark Roast Guy and not us women. However, my manager was the one who dismissed all of us, saying he's a loyal customer and that we just have to deal with it. Another incident happened where a new female coworker joined us. One morning, Dark Roast Guy enters and orders his usual coffee, and he asks for a cream tartan. Eric hands him the carton, and Dark Roast Guy notices the new girl named Anna. His shaking of the cream carton went from regular paced to suddenly very fast and hard. Anna noticed and she asked if he was okay, but he didn't say a word. I ushered Anna to the back and I reeled her in from the latest about our loyal customer, and she was baffled. Well, it didn't really make things any easier for her, as our manager ordered Anna to take out the trash from the lobby. And wouldn't you know, Dark Roast Guy was sitting at his usual spot. Though he didn't have a newspaper to hide himself from being obvious, you can definitely see that he was peeking over the booth to stare at Anna. It didn't make it any better when Anna had to walk past him to get to the trash that was next to the back exit. Dark Roast Guy plopped back down in his seat, and he was now looking away from Anna. After Anna took out the trash, she saw that Dark Roast Guy was sitting on the other side of his table booth, staring straight at her. Officially creeped out, she got the manager. But once again, she was dismissed, as our manager just said that he was harmless. This went on for another 2 years. It was in 2019 when things really escalated. On my afternoon shift, I was now closing with Eric and our other coworker Andrew. Again, this was another coworker who I got along great with, and whenever I was closing with one of those guys, I knew we were going to have a really good closing shift. Well, it's around 3 p.m. and it's slowing down. This gives both me and Andrew time to finish our closing to-dos like usual. Well, I was in the back cleaning the dishes, and the guys were out in the front cleaning the coffees and cleaning the lobby. I happened to come out to the front, and I was helping a customer who had her 16-year-old daughter with her. After I rang them up, they had sat down in the lobby. Now, I didn't know that Dark Roast guy had already came in at this point and had ordered his coffee. He wasn't sitting in his usual spot in the back. Instead, he was sitting more towards the front of the lobby, and he happened to be sitting right near the mother and daughter. A man and a woman who were a couple then came in, and Andrew decided to help them out. I then walked back to resume my dishes. About 20 minutes go by, and I suddenly hear shouting. I ran to the front, and I see that the Dark Roast guy was now getting his ass kicked by the boyfriend. The mother was also yelling at Dark Roast guy, calling him disgusting and a pedophile. Andrew and Eric ran to defuse the situation, and then the daughter and girlfriend ran to me. Unfortunately, the Dark Roast guy managed to get away and quickly walked out as if nothing ever happened. I asked what had happened. As it turns out, Dark Roast guy was very turned on, not only seeing the underage girl, but also the girlfriend. The mother just knew something wasn't right, and she kept her eye on him. Well, after the couple sat down near both parties, Dark Roast guy turned his attention to the couple, and he was fighting the urge to not fondle himself. He walked up to use the men's restroom, and the mother turned to the couple and voiced her concern about the Dark Roast guy. The couple were disgusted, more so because Dark Roast guy was staring at the daughter for quite some time. So the boyfriend entered the bathroom, and well, he saw that Dark Roast guy was openly jerking off. Shouting ensues, and all hell breaks loose. As you can all imagine, we were all absolutely disgusted by this. We took down their contact information, and they called the cops, and we notified our manager. After everything calmed down, we ended our shift. The cops couldn't really do that much other than take down our statements and a description of the Dark Roast guy. Come to think of it, we never really knew his real name to begin with. He was a loyal customer, but hardly ever said a word other than wanting his Dark Roast coffee and cream. He never paid with card, just cash. Nearly a week after this incident, I clocked in for my shift. My manager pulls me aside. I thought that she was going to apologize about dismissing my experience with Dark Roast guy, but no. She was instead disappointed that we may have potentially lost one of our most loyal customers. She wanted to hear my statement, including everyone else who encountered Dark Roast guy, and then afterwards was actually going to decide if he was going to be banned from the store or not. Everyone was floored and very annoyed at this point, but no one knew what to say. That was the day that I quit my job. I didn't even care if I was supposed to put in my 2 weeks. I was just done with my manager, and I had really hoped that I never encountered Dark Roast guy ever again. I honestly don't know whether Dark Roast guy was banned or even arrested. I felt completely sorry for the customers, myself, and my coworkers who experienced this. All I knew was that after I quit, a few of my coworkers followed suit, including Eric, Andrew, and Dana as well. I don't know what happened to them, but I really hope they're all doing great and working at better jobs. Today I still go to the university, and I sometimes drive by the bagel place to get to my classes. I can still see my manager, assistant manager, and 2 other coworkers who I knew from my time working there. There's also some new people there as well, but I don't see Dark Roast guy, and I haven't seen him there or anywhere near my campus, and I really hope it stays that way. I haven't gone back to that bagel place since. The story happened to my mom, and I have her permission to share it. When I was about 14 or 15, she worked part-time at a gas station. It was within walking distance of our house, so it was very convenient for her. I was old enough to stay home on my own at that point, and I had a lot of family and friends in my street just in case I ever needed them. There was a man in my neighborhood who we'll call Jack. Jack used to be good friends with my uncle, who was my mom's younger brother. They fell out in their late teens because Jack fell in a really bad crowd, and he became addicted to hard drugs and completely went off the rails. He also became violent, and he even went to prison for rape. He didn't live on our street, but he did live within our neighborhood. He was in prison for several years, and when he wasn't, he lived in various places away from our neighborhood. However, he ended up having to move back in with his mom, who was living in our town. My mom had to work a late night shift one day of the week where she would finish work at 11 p.m. She would have to walk home afterwards. I know this is dangerous, but my mom felt safe doing it because she took precautions, and it was very close to our house, and the streets were very well lit. Our neighborhood was also considered safe, and it was full of busybodies who would notice if you even farted. Again, my mom is honestly a very badass lady who always pays attention to her surroundings, and she's always ready to defend herself if need be. She would also always call me and my grandparents when she walked home no matter what. Anyway, one night she was working a later shift when Jack came to the station. He was in the gas station buying snacks, and since he knew my mom, he had struck up a conversation with her. She was in full customer service mode, so she was very polite, but she didn't want to talk to him at all. Once she served him, he didn't leave. He stood at the side of the counter and continued to talk to her, despite other customers coming inside the gas station. This was at about 7 p.m., and it wasn't super busy, but not too quiet either. He did eventually leave, and my mom had told me about it at some point afterwards, and she said that she really hoped he'd never come back, because she really didn't want to have to talk to him. I can't remember how much time had passed, but sadly, he did end up coming back. This time it was the same day, but this time he was drunk. He was slurring his words and absolutely reeked. He started quizzing my mom on what time she finished work, and this immediately sent alarm bells off in my mom's head. At first, she refused to tell him, but he just kept pestering her and was growing increasingly agitated. She ended up telling him that she finished at 10 p.m. because he knew the station was open 24/7 and he knew the way the shifts worked. She couldn't lie and say it was later than 11 p.m. because he would have known it was a lie. He then tried to come around the counter, and my mom shouted at him that he wasn't allowed back there. He started laughing and backed off, putting his hands in the air and then giggling like a toddler. My mom actually said it was the creepiest thing she had ever heard. He left abruptly, and she immediately called my gran and granddad to then tell them what happened. Now, this is a good time to mention that the management at the gas station really sucked. You weren't supposed to be working alone, but oftentimes you did so anyway. So anyways, my mom was working alone on this occasion, and the night shift lady would be alone that night too. My granddad ordered my uncle to go down and walk my mom home at 11 p.m. and to inform the woman doing the night shift about what had happened. At night, the station was locked, and you had to serve customers out of a hatch. When my mom's shift was finally over, my uncle walked her home, and there was no sign of Jack outside. When my mom spoke to the night shift woman later on, she said that Jack hadn't been around at all that night. My mom still had to go to work though, and Jack didn't come in for a while after this incident. When he did though, he was still very creepy. My mom ended up getting the managers to change the day she worked so she could see him much less, and he never did ask her when she finished her shift again, but he would still try and flirt with her, which made her really uncomfortable and annoyed while she worked. It was at this time that we discovered that he'd previously been in jail for rape, and it really freaked us out just in case he was plotting committing a crime like that again, and targeting my mom to do it. Every time my mom went to work, I was honestly so worried for her, and I really didn't want her to go at all. I felt on edge, and I was really angry at Jack for being such a creep who couldn't let my mom just do her job. The story has an abrupt ending because he had suddenly stopped coming into the gas station. We were still extremely cautious, but we later found out that he had stopped coming in because he was back in jail for yet another sex crime. I don't know exactly what he did this time, but I have a pretty good guess. This may not be that scary to many of you, but it was absolutely terrifying for us and my mom. Every single time my mom went to work, we were all so afraid and very concerned for her safety. Thank God she was okay, but the fact that he was released from jail after previously raping a woman, and then he went to jail again after harassing my mom for committing the same crime or similar to it, well, that's absolutely horrifying to think about. I can't help but wonder if he really was targeting my mom. I'm so glad that he never hurt her, but I'm also devastated for anyone he has hurt. We've since moved away from this area, and I haven't heard anything about Jack in years. I really hope that he's rotting in prison where he belongs. I was 18 when this happened. I had just graduated high school and I had started my first job ever at Taco Bell. I was working until midnight, which is when the restaurant closes. I was with my two other coworkers, Aubrey and Nathan. Well, at about 11:55, 5 minutes before closing, I hear a ding on the headset. Somebody was at the drive-thru. I told the person through the headset,
"Hey, sorry, we're closed. You'll have to come back tomorrow."
There was silence for about 10 seconds. Then a guy's voice came on and then said,
What? You guys are open until midnight, and it's 11:55, so I should still be able to place my fucking order.
I replied back to him with,
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, but we stopped taking orders at 11:50. Please come back during regular business hours.
Then the guy totally lost it. He said into the speaker in a furious tone,
If you don't take my fucking order, I'm gonna come inside there and shoot all of you.
Aubrey and Nathan also had the headset speakers on, so they both heard everything. Then Aubrey stepped in and said to the guy,
Listen, motherfucker, if you don't leave right this fucking second, we're calling the police.
Then Nathan stepped in as well and then said,
Yeah, we've got you on camera. If you don't leave, we're giving the footage to our manager and the police, you son of a bitch.
Then we decided to all go hide in the storage closet. Then I called the police while Aubrey called our manager. Then we heard a window smash, and then we heard a really loud,
Where the fuck are you guys? Take my fucking order!
The guy broke in by breaking the glass. Then about 5 minutes later, thankfully, there was a very loud,
Hey, put your hands up where we can see them!
The cops had arrived. We got out of the closet and greeted the cops. Then we told them everything that happened. The guy then cursed at us and chewed us out for not taking his order close to closing, and he said he was going to sue the restaurant and all of us for not taking his order. The guy also admitted that he was going to shoot us if we didn't take his order. The cops took him away, and the next day we showed the video surveillance to our manager, and the guy was banned from ever coming back to that Taco Bell location ever again. I need to provide a trigger warning for child abuse. I used to be employed as a child protection worker. A report came through about a stepfather who was being abusive to his children. I was given the investigation by my team leader. When I interviewed the oldest child with the police, she had very visible physical injuries and then told me exactly what happened. I'll spare the details, but it was horrific. As the children were in his sole care, we knew that they needed to be removed immediately. We sent a team of 2 workers out to the children's school, while myself and a colleague called the stepfather into the office. I led the interview, and it was horrible. He didn't even deny that he had hurt a stepchild, basically saying, "That's my kid. I'll do what I want, and you can't stop me." When I served him the paperwork, he absolutely lost his mind. He was swearing and screaming, and he even said,
If we were outside this building right now, I'd fucking kill you!
We ended up running out of the interview room, pressing our emergency alarm, and I even had to make a police report about the whole thing. It got really messy. The next day, we had court for the children, and my manager decided I shouldn't attend due to everything that happened the previous day. My colleagues who attended told me that this man was at court and that he yelled several times something to the effect of,
"Where's the fucking cunt of a worker who took my kids?"
I remember feeling a little freaked out, but it's not uncommon to hear things similar to this when you have to remove a child. It's understandable that emotions are very high. You build a bit of a resilience working in this field, and overall, I mainly felt relieved that those children had been placed with an aunt and were safe. About 2 weeks later, I had to stay back late at the office on an unrelated job. It was about 9 p.m. when I finished, and I was the only person there. I walked out the back of the building to my car. It was really dark, but when I got close, I thought I saw a shadow moving at the front of my car, just for a second, and then it was gone. I was about 20 meters away at this point, but it startled me. I stood there for a second just looking at my car, wondering if I was just being paranoid. While staring into the darkness, I started hearing tiny little rustling noises, and whether I imagined them or not, all of the true crime horror stories I've ever heard then flashed into my mind. Safe to say, I really freaked myself out, and I then sprinted back into the building. I called my boyfriend to come and pick me up, explaining what had happened. By the time he drove up to the front doors, I had convinced myself I was just being silly, and I asked him to drive me around to my car. He circled around, and with the headlights shining on my car, I could very clearly see that all 4 of my tires had been slashed. I was an absolute mess that night, and I called the police immediately. I was pretty sure that this man was responsible, but as I hadn't seen him, I couldn't say for sure. I took a few days off and I came back to a meeting with my manager who had put together a safety plan for me and the other staff. She organized to have security escort us to our cars and said very clearly that no one was to stay in the building after hours alone. Then about a week later, a letter was delivered to the office addressed to me. Any mail that comes into the office usually just goes through our reception staff. Our lovely receptionist opened it, and it was a note that then said, "You're good as dead, bitch." Those words were typed and printed. She was an older woman, but she burst into tears when she read it. It didn't say who sent it, but I'm convinced it was the same man. Over the next few weeks, letters kept coming, each one getting longer. They addressed me as bitch and homewrecker, saying that I kidnap and abuse children. It was just horrible, horrible stuff. The threats in the letters were the worst. The person writing them threatened to rape, torture, kill, and find out where I live and burn down the entire building. To be honest, the police were less than helpful. They basically said that given the nature of our work, they couldn't conclusively say it was this man, although they had questioned him. To me, it all seemed like a pretty massive coincidence. I'd never had anything like this happen before. They did say they were taking the letters very seriously and tracking down where they'd been posted from, but I never heard anything back about that. My workplace took the threats very seriously too. All of the security was bumped up across the building, and all staff completed refresher training on emergency management. One day on the way home from work, I noticed that a car was following me. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, so I drove down a bunch of little streets, and I then doubled back into the same route in a way that would make absolutely no sense. Even after all that, a dark green Camry was still paced a little ways behind me. I freaked out, but I had already planned in my head what I was going to do in this situation. I headed straight to the police station, planning to pull right up to the front of the building and then beat my horn until I had someone's attention. The second I pulled into the police station, the green Camry drove right past and then disappeared down a nearby side street. I sat there for a good 20 minutes too scared to get out of the car just in case they came back around the corner. It really dawned on me that in my panic, I had totally forgotten to get the license plate. That still upsets me to this day. I told the police what I knew, but they told me that the man didn't even have a car registered in his name. That was the final straw for me. I was a nervous wreck, and I was looking around constantly at work and home. I knew that he lived relatively close to me, so I even stopped going grocery shopping in case I ran into him. I stayed on stress leave for about a month, and I heard from colleagues that the letters still kept coming. I was very honestly ready to quit, but then COVID happened. It really changed everything. Everyone went into lockdown, and all access to the office was restricted. I started back working from home, driving a work car to and from appointments. I didn't go into the office regularly anymore, only allowed in small working groups when absolutely necessary. Over the next year, the letters slowed and eventually stopped. By the time we were allowed back in the office, there hadn't been any sign of this man for almost 7 months. About a year later, I left child protection. I don't know what happened with those children, but my hope is that they're very happy and safe with their family. As for the man who I believe stalked and threatened me for doing my job, please, let's not meet again. I'm 25 years old, but at the time I was 22 and still attending college. I worked part-time at a restaurant in a very dodgy area, and I was always on the closing shift. It'd be very common for us to have homeless people coming in trying to use the bathroom or looking for some leftovers. They were usually quite harmless and understanding. Our boss wouldn't allow them to use the restroom though because of their poor hygiene. But from time to time and based on their looks, we would let them use the restroom. Our bathrooms were upstairs, meaning they'd have to climb a flight of stairs, and next to the bathroom was our storage room. So whenever we'd let homeless people use the bathroom, we'd really pay attention, and if necessary, we would knock on the door so they could leave. We had some incidents where sometimes they tried to go into the storage room, and we would have to physically throw them out. I was a waitress, and when we were about to close, I'd check the bathrooms and give them a quick clean. We would have a ton of clients coming in almost every day, but especially when it was summer. On a warm summer night, the restaurant was full inside and outside, and I was working like an ant. I see a woman at the door looking for a table. I rushed to meet her, and luckily I had found her a seat in 5 minutes. She was very nice, but there was something off with her. She was twitching, and she was always rubbing the palm of her hands on her jeans like she was sweating or something. I thought she was just nervous, maybe because she was alone in a crowded restaurant. I went to take her order. She ate normally, enjoyed her food, ate dessert, and after paying had asked to use the bathroom. She went upstairs, and I eventually forgot all about her. A few hours passed, and I was closing and checking everything. I went upstairs as usual, and the women's bathroom door was locked. I yelled at my male coworkers to come upstairs because we have a problem. I honestly thought it was a homeless person that had barricaded themselves in there. We started pounding on the door and yelling for them to come out, threatening to call the police. In hindsight, we should have called the police as soon as I saw the door locked. One of my coworkers managed to unlock the door and opened it. What we saw there will forever haunt my mind. There laying on the floor was the woman from earlier, with one needle stuck in her arm and 2 others next to her. I'm in the health field, so I jumped to check her pulse and I proceeded to do CPR on her. She was so heavy even though she was skinny. She was as cold as the floor. My coworkers were shocked, and the lady that does the dishes had fainted. One of them called the emergency line, and the other one was helping me and the lady. When the police and the paramedics finally arrived, I was exhausted from the CPR. They had started analyzing everything and proceeded to inform us that the woman had overdosed and that they'd take her to the hospital, but she was dead. I could feel tears streaming down my face. I was livid. I had spoken to her just a few hours ago, and I saw no clues about what was going on with her. This event deeply traumatized me. I'm still on meds because I was so depressed after this. I couldn't sleep, and I basically couldn't leave the house out of fear of this happening again in some other way. I went to therapy for it, and it helped, and the medication helped as well. I stopped working there after a week of the event, and I never stepped foot in that restaurant again. It's been a year, and this still haunts me every day. Seeing her face and feeling her cold dead body. Please don't do drugs in general, but if you do so, don't do it in public places. The people who will find you will be deeply scarred for life. I was working graveyard shift security at a local casino on the Las Vegas Strip, so I would see a lot of strange, wild, amusing, and crazy things. Every once in a while, we would get people who would take partying to an extreme level, and it ends up being an immense and stressful situation for me and my coworkers. Back in February of this year, we got a call on the radio about a woman looking for her husband, and soon after, someone had reported that there was a guy laying on the ground on the third floor of the guest parking garage. Along with a coworker, I had walked around the floor and didn't see anything until I heard faint groans coming from underneath the car. When we finally found the guy, he was in shorts and a t-shirt. February in Vegas isn't terribly cold, but it's still somewhat cold, especially in the middle of the night. Anyway, we think that he had crawled underneath the car to try and get warm. We pulled him out and tried to wake him up. Then he gave a rattling breath, and my coworker yelled,
Holy shit, he's turning blue.
We were both panicking, but fortunately training kicked in, and I started chest compressions. He was a big guy, so I really had to push hard with my whole body weight. My supervisor soon arrived with an AED, which is automated external defibrillator, and after we hooked him up to it, shocks were not advised, so I continued compressions. Every time I finished a set and stopped to check his breathing, he started turning blue, so I continued for about 10 minutes before paramedics arrived and took over. They administered Narcan, and the guy finally woke up. He was evaluated and taken to a nearby hospital. 3 days later, which I was off that night, him and his wife actually returned to the hotel to thank the security department for saving his life. It turned out that he had overdosed on narcotics and alcohol. Unfortunately, things don't always end as well as this, because less than 3 months later, a different guy OD'd and actually passed away doing the exact same thing. Please, please have fun responsibly. I'm thankful that I was in the right place at the right time to save someone, but that doesn't always happen, and it's not fair to us to deal with potentially life-threatening situations. Please be responsible when visiting Las Vegas. Hey everyone, I'm 25 years old, but the story happened when I was 22. I used to work the closing shift at a restaurant as a waitress. My apartment was close to that restaurant, and it'd be about a 15-minute walk, or I could take the subway and it'd be 5 minutes. It was a nice summer night. I had worked a lot and I needed to clear my head, so I figured I'd walk home. For context, I live in a calm and relatively safe city and country in general. We don't usually have reports of violent crimes, just the occasional drug addict burglar or drug dealing, but nothing too crazy. On my way home, I needed to cross a bridge. It's a very picturesque view, so I was enjoying the summer breeze while looking at the river that crossed under the bridge, when I noticed a man wearing all black coming in my direction. I think nothing of it, but I make a mental note about the man. After a few minutes, I had to cross paths with this man, as my shoulder almost brushes his because he didn't even move an inch, forcing me walking almost against the railings. The man turns and then slaps me across the face. Like I was in complete and total shock to even react because I hadn't even looked at him. I stopped in my tracks momentarily and then just started walking fast again. Then I heard him running after me and I froze. All I thought was, I'm going to die here today." He grabbed my arm, hugged me, and then said, "I'm sorry, but thank God you didn't fight me back, because I have a knife in my pocket, and I would have used it way too fast." I just said back, "I just want to go home. Please let me go." And he let go of me, then sang, "I'm so sorry. I'm just so fucked up." And then started running. I ran so fast just to get out of there. I got to the other side and called my boyfriend, telling him everything that happened and asking for him to meet me. I think the guy was under some serious shit or was having some kind of psychosis, because I've never seen someone behave like that before. I went home and took a long shower. I never saw that druggie again, thank God, but it really made me want to never walk alone again, especially at night. Now whenever I need to walk somewhere, I try to be on the phone with someone, or else I'll just have a major panic attack. Thank you all for listening to my story, and remember, always be aware of your surroundings and avoid walking alone at night. I was able to avoid Alice for a glorious 2 weeks, but with Christmas fast approaching, she ended up being put on the same shifts as me again. We simply needed more hands on deck, as I work in a charity shop for children, so we get extremely busy. The fact that it's a charity shop actually becomes relevant later. Well, as soon as Alice saw me, she loudly declared she doesn't wear underwear. I don't even know what to say, and it took me several seconds to respond. She then told me that she wasn't currently wearing underwear, and she loved the feeling. I felt uncomfortable, and I was thinking if a man said something like that, it would be frowned upon. Yet Alice gets away with it. Her behavior was the same as always, but one day one of my colleagues pulled me aside. She told me that our manager had told her that when they were out for a cigarette that she would be confronting Alice because she suspected Alice of stealing money. I was shocked. I thought Alice was a weirdo, but I had never expected her to steal from a charity shop, especially one for kids. It just isn't something many people would do. Even common thieves seem to be above that. Well, fast forward, and my manager did confront Alice. Alice was called into the office, and they were in there for a very long time, like an hour. When Alice came out, she was red in the face and silent. The tension was thick in the air, and my manager announced that Alice would not be using the cash register today, and then requested that me and my other colleague operate the register all day. Alice was silent the rest of the shift, and she kept glaring at me whenever she passed by. It was uncomfortable, and we all wanted to know if she would be fired, but we were too scared to ask. My colleague and I whispered to each other about the situation, just speculating. Our manager watched Alice like a hawk as she handled stock. After this shift, Alice wasn't in for a few days. The colleague who had told me about her being accused of stealing told me that apparently Alice had been getting watched for the past 4 months. Apparently it started off as small amounts of money going missing, but had then escalated to significant amounts. Apparently she was accused of money going missing on 50 separate occasions. About 5 days passed, and she was back in for a shift, and we had 6 of us in the store due to how busy we were with deliveries, as well as putting up Christmas decor. Well, eventually we had to do the banking. If anyone isn't familiar, it involves going into a bank across the street. Alice piped up and said she wanted to do it, and then one of our colleagues stopped what she was doing and said to Alice, "Yeah, as if you'd be allowed to do it." When she said this, Alice went bright red and then glared at our colleague. She stormed away to the bathroom and was gone for like 15 minutes. It was so awkward. A little while after this, she started shouting at one of our colleagues to whip her, and she literally bent over and slapped her own ass. She had found a belt in the pile of clothing she was going through, and was actually slapping it around in the air behind her. I couldn't even hide the horrified look on my face as I then exchanged glances with the girl she was saying this to, and Alice noticed. She then stood up and stared right at me, then said,
"Yeah, there's someone I'd love to use this with, and it ain't Jay."
This really freaked me out, but I was really scared to say anything. She then started shouting that her fiance was on Viagra, and then told us all about the dosage he needed, and how she came home the night before and he was sitting naked waiting for her, and how she couldn't work well because she was in pain from getting busy all night. I was honestly growing sick of all this outlandish shit she was always saying to us. It was like she purposely wanted us to feel uncomfortable. I was ranting about her to some of my friends outside of work, and one of them joked that she was probably a swinger. I still can't discount that theory even now. I think that she thought she was getting away with stealing, so she became more confident again, although she wasn't really at work as often as before. Well, fast forward to a few more weeks, and I go into work as usual, praying that Alice won't be there. Well, on this day, our area manager as well as our regular manager was in the store. As me and my colleague stood at the register, we had heard our manager call Alice, requesting she come in. My colleague and I stared at each other, eager to know more. About an hour later, and Alice was entering the store, and she walked up to us. I had said hello to her, but she just glared at me, not saying anything back in return. Typical. My colleague greeted her, and this time she responded with a hi. My colleague had asked her how she was, and she had started ranting about how she was in pain from Jay, and I just switched off, not wanting to hear this shit again. After a while, she was called into the office, and the door was closed. A few minutes passed, when all I heard was Alice shouting,
"What the fuck? You're both fucking blaming me?"
Followed by our area manager saying loudly,
"We're trying to have a discussion with you."
My colleague and I were whispering to each other, and honestly really trying to listen through the door. The discussion went on for like 40 minutes or so, and then Alice suddenly stormed out of the office. She walked past us and shouted,
"I need a fucking cigarette now!"
And my colleague then turned to me and said,
"Yeah, I'll go out with her."
Well, a while later, they both come back into the shop, and my colleague looked like she was desperate to talk to me, but obviously couldn't. Alice stood next to us, and she started ranting, saying,
"This outcome better be good,"
and just cursing like a sailor and ranting on and on. Well, eventually she was called back into the office. I don't know how long she was in there, but then suddenly, the door to the office flew open and then slammed shut. I could have sworn that the whole damn building actually shook. Alice stormed out of the shop, and as she left, it sounded like she was gasping. My colleague rushed after her, and I then heard Alice moments later literally screaming in the street. She was screaming,
"I've done fuck all! I didn't fucking do anything! Not a fucking thing!"
Then I heard loud sobs. My colleague was out there less than 5 minutes, telling me that she tried to ask what was wrong, and Alice started screaming. She said that she then kicked a lamppost and started running along the street, with everyone in the street just staring at her dumbfounded. Well, she then told me earlier that when they were having their cigarette outside, that Alice had said our manager was accusing her of stealing, and that it simply just wasn't true. My colleague was bold enough to start asking questions, and Alice contradicted herself. She said that at first that she hadn't stolen any money, and that they had no proof and it wasn't true. However, once in the office, my boss and area manager presented her with cold hard proof that was undeniable, showing her taking money. She was accused of stealing triple figures. Well, my colleague said that Alice then started saying it was all a mistake, and that she had simply overcharged customers for items. I said that didn't make any sense, and wasn't that her basically admitting to it? My colleague just said that Alice was a psycho, and that she stormed out because she had indeed been fired. I couldn't help but grin at this. I know it might sound bad, but she got what she fucking deserved. She really did. I mean, who steals from charity? There are so many moral levels here, especially as it's a children's charity. The area manager eventually came out of the office and left. She'd only been there to fire Alice or to help my manager do it. Our manager spoke to us after a few hours had gone by, and she said that Alice had been terminated. We didn't let on all that we knew, but she told us that she'd been caught stealing, and they had no choice but to let her go. When I wrote my story about Alice being a creep the first time, I never expected such developments to take place, especially in a month. But as I write this, it's been 1 month since, and now Alice is finally out of my life. I'm so glad about that. I really hope I never meet someone as creepy and disgusting as her ever again. Thank you all for listening to my story. If I'm being honest, meeting Alice has made me realize I need to get better at calling people out, because I let her run her mouth way too much. But you live and you learn, and she really got her karma that day, and I got mine by being able to witness it happening. Hey everyone, I hope you all enjoyed these stories. If you ever want to submit your own, you can do so at southerncannibal.com. Have a good night everyone, and remember to always